Calling all Foundation staff, calling all Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman. We are reticulating splines. We are digitizing our signal. We are anomalously broadcasting from Site 42. If you can hear us in the chat, let us know you see us and hear us live. We are making sure all systems are go. If you are in that chat, make sure to share the stream, like, subscribe, all of that YouTube business using your Foundation-issued encrypted YouTube account. Please do not publicize Foundation efforts by doing such things on your civilian account. That's right, Steve. Oops, you did it again. Fucking Steve. MC in the chat says that we are live, and so we are going to stream in 3, 2, 1. Hey there, Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman, as well as my good friend and co-host, Billith.
Happy to be here.
Go Ghost Bashers team. Welcome to another anomalous broadcast from Site 42. I say go Ghost Bashers team. I joined it once, and oh my god, I died both games. I found a way.
Well, that's hardly your fault.
This is why I stay in the lab. It turns out that the ghost can hear you if you talk during the hunt. It's a bad plan.
Yeah, so maybe it was a little bit your fault, but that's
My
fine.
panic screams were, you know, music to its ears.
Absolutely.
But welcome to our part 9 of reading all SCP-7000 entries. Why are we doing such a thing, and why have we been doing it for 9 sessions now? It is because we are here to benefit... Nope, that's the wrong button. That's the right button, and it still didn't work. Help me! Obi-Wan Kenobi, you are my only hope.
Bad news. Obi-Wan's dead.
Ah, there we go. Let me refresh that, because we started this because our good friend, Dr. Cimmerian, not a real doctor, got brutally attacked by SCP-4521 as revenge for my constant testing of its screaming capabilities, of which it has not yet, but it will. But it will. And so, we have hit 100% of the goal, but we are not done with 100% of the 7,000 entries, so we're still going.
That we are. Happy to be here. It's going to be great. We're going to read Symphony of 76 next. It's going to be awesome.
Night Gamer, me and the homies hate Steve. I am right there with you. Thank you. Meanwhile, please donate to this stream. Dr. Cimmerian is still sleeping on a cot or a mattress on the floor. I think it's the mattress on the floor right now. So,
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not by his own volition, but it might be.
That is a very dramatic hole in the roof, and as Jon Snow would say, winter is coming, so it would be nice if we can help a brother out.
It'd be nice, yes. And of course, the goal of eradicating all trees on the planet. We've expanded our reach.
You know, the Foundation would fund this itself. You know, we are a global organization with all sorts of, dark money funding, but, times have been tough. There's a recession, there's a war. We had to sell the femur breaker. Now we're just hitting people in the shins with a broom, and it's not as effective. We're doing our best, guys.
It takes a long time, yeah.
But because that is 100% complete, hallelujah, thank you to everyone who's donated thus far, we are adding a task. If you can help future horror spooky content happen, we have our good friend of the channel, Raddiger of the Find Us Alive podcast, kickstarting their next audio fiction adventure, The Hymns for the Road. It is 4 survivors embark on a never-ending road trip through a post-apocalyptic America in a dark fantasy audio drama. I hear that similar to SCP-4000, the Feyfolk are involved. Those without names, who can only be described.
You I accidentally said you identified them, so goodbye, researcher.
Well, I guess it's all over for me. See y'all next time.
Yes.
I'm back.
Great.
Don't worry about it. I made a deal. I'm going to regret it later. Don't worry about it.
I'm a little worried, but that's fine. Yeah, it's cool. Nice to see you back already.
And with that, I am very excited to say that we are starting today's stream with what must be a banger. We are beginning with SCP-7676, colloquially known as the... I already forgot the name of it.
The Symphony of 76.
The Symphony of 76. Ooh.
I believe. I will double check, but that's what I recall it.
Is it like a grand symphony? I think it's
yes, that's what it is. It's the Grand Symphony of 1976. Correct.
Well,
SCP-7676.
I am ready for the Grand Symphony. Absolutely. Let's get this situated for stream. Boom. And let's take the sucker from the top. Oh, and if you're on the TikTok, head over to the YouTube, because then you can see all the beautiful graphics and see what we're reading. And Billith's handsome face.
I appreciate it. It's a lot, Zoom doing a lot of work.
I love that Zoom quality.
The touch up,
fashion
it's
cam,
great.
The filters, hashtag no filter.
All right, so you want me to start this off? Do it.
Yeah, I usually start, but you take this one from the top. Let's head it.
Why not? Why not? Item number SCP-7676. Object class mimetic. Containment class redacted. Special containment procedures. Quarantine site Zulu 9 has been established around ground zero of the SCP-7676 phenomenon, and is to be staffed entirely by personnel fitting criteria null engram. Due to the current shortage of viable personnel within our organization, the Department of Analytics has been tasked with identifying civilians to facilitate ongoing containment of SCP-7676. Mobile Task Force Iota 10, quote, damn feds, is responsible for the procurement of these civilians. All conscripts are to be granted level 5/7676 clearance for the duration of their tenure. Due to the virulence of SCP-7676 and its related phenomena, contact between Zulu 9 and the outside world is to be mediated through artificially intelligent constructs. The delivery of requested materials, as well as general resource replenishment, must remain fully automated. Waste materials from Zulu 9 will periodically arrive at Site 19 within black body bags. Personnel at Site 19 are to make no attempts to identify their contents and are not permitted to interact with them beyond facilitating their incineration. Null engram disqualifiers. The following is a list of attributes which disqualify a candidate for null engram status. Former participation in after-school clubs or extracurricular activities, including as an organizer or educator. Former inclusion in any concert band, marching band, or any musical ensemble during adolescence. Prior attendance of any form of summer camp. Having completed an upper secondary education at an American high school or equivalent institution. Attendance to any homecoming dance events within such a facility, regardless of context, or being born or conceived prior to December 31st, 1976. Further information is classified 5/7676. Warning. The following document contains information and images of a sensitive nature and may not be safe for viewing. If you access this file by accident and do not possess null engram clearance, do not proceed. Null engram eyes only. Enter provisional personnel verification, PPV. Next offset. All right, PPV verification completed. Welcome, Research Lead Julia Locke. Initializing retinal scanner. Microsaccades will be tracked throughout your time accessing this document. Extreme levels of deviancy may suggest affectation by SCP-7676. Please disengage and notify your superior if the deviancy threshold exceeds 75%. Item number, SCP-7676. Object class, mimetic. Containment class, Maxer. Special containment procedures. Photographs of North Hillcrest students have been disseminated throughout the site. Any changes in the depicted subjects are to be recorded. Zulu 9 is built around the North Hillcrest High School and is hereafter referred to as the Exclusion Zone. Unauthorized entry into the Exclusion Zone is forbidden and must be prevented at all costs. The following measures have been taken to prevent entry. All entrances into the Exclusion Zone, save for the front entrance, have been sealed with concrete. The front entrance is fitted with an airlock that may only be opened through majority approval of High Command. Before I continue, I'll read the photo caption, which is case file photograph of a student subsumed by SCP-7676. Looking good. 12 Scranton Reality Anchors, SRAs, have been placed around the Exclusion Zone, excluding the area of the auditorium. The Exclusion Zone is secured with 3 tiers of ground level, subsurface, and aerial automatic security. Load-bearing points around the auditorium have been fitted with nitroglycerin-based molecular explosives. If above measures fail, they are to be detonated. Evacuation of on-site personnel is a secondary priority. Upon entering the Exclusion Zone, SCP-7676-G are to be apprehended. They must then be sedated and prepared for surgical debridement. Medical staff are to carefully excise the dermis and subcutaneous tissue of their face. This is to be labeled with the student's name and placed on full display in Sector 2 for monitoring. And the site will be put on high alert should any of these faces begin to show signs of rot. Once the operation is complete, an instance then must be administered a paralytic agent and prepared for delivery to Site 19. At every step, care must be taken to avoid a subject's death on school grounds. Any null engram personnel displaying outward and repeated expressions of sentimentality for the past are to be restrained and observed until the completion of their cadence event. The resulting SCP-7676-G will then be operated on and disposed of as outlined above. Personnel are not to enter the hallway to the auditorium. Retinal scan results. Rating 29%. Clear. Microsaccade deviation nominal. You may proceed. Description. SCP-7676 is the group designation for the anomalous events and phenomena centered around the North Hillcrest High School and its senior class of 1976, located in Franklin County, Wyoming. Its overall nature is highly dynamic, and it is capable of adapting to countermeasures and neutralization attempts. SCP-7676's primary characteristic is a virulent infohazard termed SCP-7676-Recall, or SCP-7676-R, which attacks by way of weaponizing nostalgia. Persons who regularly interact with information pertaining to North Hillcrest High School or its senior class of 1976 are susceptible to SCP-7676-R. There is a greater risk for those who directly handle artifacts originating from the school or personal effects of the aforementioned students. And personal effects, when I click that, it says, or the lasting marks of the aforementioned students. It should be noted that SCP-7676-R is primarily empathetic, being dependent on the experiences of the individual exposed. Null engram disqualifications were put in place to limit the vulnerability of personnel involved in the project. In SCP-7676-R's early stages, the infected will regularly idealize or fret over their past, specifically their childhood. It is through this obsessive recollection that the infected may undergo a cadence event, wherein they experience 1. An enlargement of the temporal lobe and the development of a targeted form of hyperrhythmia relating to memories of one's adolescence. 2. A burning sensation behind the ears. 3. Memories that begin to feature places and persons unknown, but purportedly intimate to the subject. 4. Depersonalization and body image issues, along with an irrational fear of having their faces touched. 5. Intrusive childhood memories from the perspective of another person. 6. Feelings of numbness, temporary bouts of partial paralysis. 7. Ego death, followed by a single-minded fixation on intrusive memories. 8. A separate personality forming on the basis of the intrusive memories. 9. A violent and immediate full-body transfiguration. The end result of the transfiguration is an instance of 7676-Gestalt, or SCP-7676-G, a subject who is the perfect mental and physical duplicate of one of the North Hillcrest senior class of 1976, specifically a deceased student. Instances of 7676-G created through cadence events exhibit no anomalous traits besides cellular stasis upon death. The student's bodies will not decay until that student's identity subsumes a new affectee, at which point it will rapidly rot. Instances of 7676-G will proceed towards North Hillcrest High School and attempt to enter the school's auditorium. If they are successful, all photographic or recorded depictions of the subject will alter in some way which severely disfigures the face, leaving them unrecognizable. Heavy scarring, penetrative injuries, removal of facial orifices, and deep lacerations have all been observed, with depictions varying across multiple images of the same subject. Furthermore, their entry inevitably triggers unpredictable reality-altering and chronological phenomena at random. While this has previously included events nationwide, it no longer is restricted by distance. Based on the escalation of phenomena as more student identities are subsumed by SCP-7676, as well as the body of evidence collected over the years, see addenda, it is believed that a full assembly of the student body would trigger an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. The auditorium currently houses over 99% of the North Hillcrest senior class of 1976, with the majority being comprised of personnel and civilians that have undergone cadence events. The congregation continuously plays a simple 10-note tune, SCP-7676-melody, vocally and on all manner of orchestral instruments, with only minor aberrations such as students singing out of key or playing the wrong note on occasion. Several anomalies relating to SCP-7676 are contained and cataloged by the Foundation under a variety of item number designations. While previously studied alongside SCP-7676, its developing virulence has led to the loss of numerous Foundation personnel on these projects. These objects files have been since edited by Null Engram personnel in order to eliminate connections to SCP-7676, and the alternate is to eliminate the lives of involved students. Physical copies of these documents can be found in the site archives. Discovery. Accessing addendum. SCP-7676 was originally categorized in May of 1976, when the entire senior class and its faculty did not return home from school for several days. Dispatched agents observed the affected for a period of 48 hours, during which times they performed various mundane activities, such as attending classes and after-school events. The town's residents were similarly affected. The situation in North Hillcrest and its students was not perceived as abnormal by any means. The image caption says, Day 2 of Original Assessment. It's really hard to see the alternate text here, but the perceived as abnormal is a threat to you or your loved ones by any means. When not otherwise
catch those.
Yeah, when not otherwise engaged in scholastic activities, students would line up in front of their lockers until the last bell of the next day, under the first bell of the next day. They would then sing, whistle, or hum SCP-7676-M in concert with one another. The students would remain in this state, ignoring outside stimuli regardless of their physical condition. Some were found to have soiled themselves overnight, only to continue the melody unabated. Faculty members would lie prone and remain silent during this time. Further irregularities include 13 students, while recorded as attending class, were unable to be located. A student council survey to determine the year-long school, quote, theme was returned with non-standard answers filled in, such as remembrance and symphonic. All members of the band wrote in penance. Students exhibited a complete lack of hostility, anxiety, and any form of antisocial behavior, focusing on their studies and extracurricular activities with zealous enthusiasm. Flyers were distributed regarding an upcoming, quote, reunion concert and encouraging audience participation. Benefactors, quote, Symphony Symphony, were explicitly thanked for donating several instruments. An increase in faith-based club participation was noted in all students and teachers, including known atheists. The corpse of freshman Nathaniel Lyons was found in the library, cause of death determined to be from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the left temple, and the auditorium was found to be impregnable. While canvassing school grounds, a class photo was discovered in the main hall. 13 of the depicted students displayed facial disfigurements, and these were quickly found to correlate to the missing persons. The following is an interview with Valerie and Albert Abrams, local residents and parents to one of the missing students. The audio was recorded by researcher Julia Locke the first evening of Foundation involvement. This transcription includes after-action notation from the agent. And let's see. Would you like to be...
I'll take the couple if you want to take the agent.
Perfect. Forward. Agent Locke is permitted into their home under the pretense of Harvard recruitment for the couple's son, Kevin, who was among the missing students. Introductions and pleasantries have been cut for brevity. Mrs. Adams is kind enough to start some tea before joining us in the living room. She takes a seat across the coffee table from myself. Her husband stands behind her. Both of them are grinning ear to ear, all the while Mr. Abrams has a noticeable eye tick. Now, before we get started, where is Kevin?
Kevin? Oh, well, he should be in school right now. Class is in session. Such a good boy.
Class? What classes does North Hillcrest provide this time of night?
Our Kevin has many responsibilities. He's a strong young man.
He places a hand on her shoulder.
Such a good boy.
At 8 o'clock on a Saturday.
He has a lot of people counting on him. Do you have any idea what...
I've actually checked the school's itinerary. There's nothing scheduled for tonight, let alone this weekend, sir. School is not in session. They exchanged a confused glance here and fail to meaningfully respond. Mr. and Mrs. Abrams, I'm sorry, but when was the last time you saw your son?
Well, you know how it is with teenagers, always zipping in and out of the house. God bless. My boy has so much on his plate.
Something shifts in Mrs. Abrams. There's a look on her face, eyes widened, mouth agape, the slow dawning realization that something's amiss, that it doesn't add up. I lean in, giving my most sympathetic look. How long has it been, Mrs. Abrams?
I heard him last night. I stood by his bedroom door and I could hear him. Val. I heard him and I could hear him. Our boy. He was right there. I sat on the other side of the door and I could hear him. I could hear our boy. Al, our Kevin was here.
What was your son saying, Mrs. Abrams?
Oh, he wasn't speaking at all, Justine. He was singing. Our boy, he had the voice of... It was the voice of an angel. He's come such a long way. North Hillcrest, well, they've got one hell of a band, you know, and they're gearing up for the performance of a lifetime. Our Kevin is so gifted. He's got an important role in the ensemble.
That's nice, but Mrs. Abrams, I'm sorry, but could we back up?
Those kids, I'll tell ya. The potential in these children is like nothing I've ever seen. They really are our future. You did right coming in here, miss. Their music is a beautiful thing. Cherish it. Do you remember how they used to sing, dear? Baby, how could I forget?
The couple look to one another and start humming this odd little ditty. I clear my throat. This is odd, you see. Nothing in my records indicate that Kevin was musically inclined. If my earlier prodding was enough to strain their cognitive dissonance, this seemed to shatter it outright. Mrs. Abrams withdraws, bowing her head and clutching her hands tightly in her lap. Mr. Abrams starts and stops twice to speak, features fighting and losing battle of composure. Chest heaves with shallow breaths. Alternately, 23, your little Emily? He comes to his knees beside his wife and takes her hands in his own.
My boy.
It's okay. Take your time, sir.
He was a good kid. Ask anyone around town and they'll tell you he was the kindest, sweetest boy. He'd do anything to protect the people he loved.
That's an alternate text as well.
He'd do anything to protect his parents that he loves so much.
I'm sorry, was?
That's why.
I had to look away. Couldn't bear to watch this man cry, and I knew there were no words I could offer him. You knew because you'd been there yourself. You felt it too, the knife in your heart, the agony of one taken too soon. We know it all too well.
We just want the world to know our Kevin was a hero. My boy. My baby boy.
I
think you need to leave, Agent. Please. No more questions. Why did it have to be him?
I should have pressed further, but I dropped the matter. It's odd. On some level, I knew I was obligated to prod as much as I was able, but it was something about this kid. I felt terrible for him. It was implacable. Or you were thinking of Amelie, weren't you? She's here with us. I didn't understand it, but it felt as if I owed it to him to respect their wishes, as if I owed it to his memory. Forcible removal from school grounds was sufficient to return students and their families to their right state of mind. The faculty were able to be evacuated thereafter. None were cognizant enough to provide concrete information on the missing students, nor the auditorium's inaccessibility. The building was closed and cordoned off under pretense of a gas leak. The students were to be redistributed throughout nearby school districts for a period of 2 weeks while investigators thoroughly canvassed the school property and prepared for a breach of the auditorium. This would be interrupted by Incident 7676-1. Retinal scan results. Rating, 57%. Hazardous. Rise in microsaccade deviancy detected. Please disengage for at least an hour before continuing. Incident log 7676-1.
We will not disengage. What could possibly go wrong?
Of course not. The following is a list of events that occurred the evening after the removal of North Hillcrest's student body, as recounted by eyewitnesses and security feeds. At 2132, several dozen students are noted to be missing from their homes and are reported wandering through the streets. Those who lived closest to North Hillcrest begin to arrive on school grounds, congregating on the football field. Reinforcements are requested by Foundation agents. At 2136 through 2153, over 15 students occupied the football field and refused to comply with others to disband. Mobile task forces are dispatched, ETA projected at 20 minutes. An on-site agent approaches in order to intimidate the teens to leave. He retreats when the students look up upon him in unison, claiming they all have the same face. Alternately, they all have the same face, as all as one is all we are. You can be too. The school bell chimes, and a single student approaches the building. The entire senior class fully assembles in the field. The assembly takes the form of a cross. All students recite SCP-7676-M as Foundation staff cease defensive maneuvers and lay down in the grass. The school bell chimes. The exterior door connecting to the auditorium opens of its own accord, and a second student departs from the crowd, following the first towards the open doorway. The sound of instruments can be heard emanating from within the auditorium. They are playing a discordant cacophony, with each instrument being out of harmony with one another. From 2255 to 2303, task forces arrive on scene and move in to intercept and easily detain the second student. The school bell chimes, and a third approaches. Agents Reeds and McDowell are tasked with rescue of the first student as he steadily approaches the stage, whose curtains are drawn. Krogluski and Shields are instructed to man the doors to ensure they do not close. The rest of the unit works to disperse the crowd via deployment of tear gas. The auditorium is infiltrated as tear gas is fired into the crowd. Reeds and McDowell advance on the stage cautiously, calling out to the student through the din of music. He ignores them and clambers up onto the stage, disappearing behind the curtain. Out in the field, the squadron has broken the lines of the student belligerents, many of whom fled the gas. The few remaining are swiftly detained. One young woman is non-responsive. McDowell is the first to reach the stage, heading up the stairs from the right wing. He shouts over the noise, receiving no response. The pair reach center stage in front of the curtain. Reed takes point, readying his weapon. McDowell stands to the side, grasping the curtain. With a free hand, he counts down silently from 3, then pulls back the curtain. At 2304, the remains of 13 adolescents are seen scattered across the stage, held aloft by an unseen force. Though their bodies are limp, their hands can be seen to move, unsteadily playing their respective instruments. Due to the grievous damage to their face, they are unable to be recognized. The male student retrieves a trombone, and there is a deafening crack as his neck is instantly bent backwards from a heavy concussive force. His body is held in place as he brings his head forward. It can be seen that little remains of his face beyond the viscera of a large gaping wound, behind the visage of an angel. He places the cup of the trombone to his wound and begins to play. From 2303 to 2315, Krogulski is struck with the door as it attempts to close. Both her and Shields strain to keep it from closing and relay this development to Reeds and McDowell. All agents are able to successfully exfiltrate, and the door slams shut. Foundation staff, rendered immobile by SCP-7676-M, recover with no issue, and the remaining students experience confusion, having no recollection of their behavior. The unresponsive student is found not to be breathing, eliciting cries of concern from her peers as they beg for medical assistance. Medic Johansson kneels next to her and attempts mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The first attempt fails, with Johansson reporting a lack of pulse. He leans back in to try again, and the school bell chimes. The unresponsive student's face rapidly putrefies as Johansson places his lips on its mouth. Johansson recoils and retches as the cadaver is sharply lifted into the air and towards the auditorium doors. As they do not open, her remains are messily pulled under the door's bottom clearance over the course of several minutes, or are shepherded to that golden place. She is reborn among the choir. Afterward, the task force would remain on site in order to establish an exclusion zone to prohibit future entry and prepare for isolating the town under blackout protocol. The morning after the incident, sites 19, 23, 38, and 169 received reports of numerous medical anomalies in their jurisdictions. Over 15 comatose individuals, ages ranging from 4 to 19, were found to have suddenly expired overnight. Further, a 6-year-old patient in Tennessee who was recovering from routine surgery suffered a grand mal seizure and died within minutes. In cases where a time could be identified, these were found to correlate with the male student's interaction upon the stage. The staff at Site 106 would also report an incident involving a car crash on Interstate 40. First responders inspecting the remains of a young adult ejected from the windshield found them to be responding to stimuli despite their skull having been fatally crushed upon impact. Based on calls to emergency services, the accident had occurred concurrently to the dead student's absorption by the auditorium. Over the course of the next several months, childhood mortality would increase worldwide by 23% through a combination of a marked upsurge in birth defects and delivery complications, and expiration from terminal illness. All lies. You know they lie. It's what they do. Early containment. All seniors of North Hillcrest were captured and sent to a detainment camp at Site 41. Due to families' insistence that their children were simply attending school, no disinformation measures were needed to be maintained. They were held in detention for interview and study. None were able to provide actionable intelligence or an explanation for their behavior, and were noted as speaking with a tone that and cadence resembling the notes of SCP-7676-M. They did not seem to be aware they were doing so. The chaotic music emanating from within the auditorium had not ceased. As no anomalous effects were detected in D-Class who were exposed to it, an analytics department team was tasked with recording the study and composition. The date of the reunion concert endorsed by Symphony Symphony came and went, or we can wait as long as it takes. We have our whole lives ahead of us after all. And no changes were noted to occur in the auditorium. By early August, several personnel at Site 41 had adopted the speaking cadence of the North Hillcrest students. Further, students stationed within the exclusion zone began to report that family members of the students had begun to sing or whistle SCP-7676-M while in public. Quarantine measures were enacted, limiting the number of affected personnel to 27. On August 21st, the analytics department submitted their findings to Site 41's leadership. Over the course of over 300 hours of recorded audio, no correlation could be found when comparing sections of the composition to either classical or contemporary orchestral arrangements. When cross-referenced to material archived in Foundation records, a single match was discovered. The composition was found to be a perfect reproduction of 1957 Class D performance of SCP-012. Can you hear it? She's calling to you, Julia. I believe is that on Mount Golgotha or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. A secondary analysis of SCP-7676-M in light of this revelation identified the progression of notes within it to coincide with select notes from the opening sections of SCP-012. This information was relayed to High Command, and an order of decommissioning was issued. Affected staff remained in quarantine, and all remaining 113 students were terminated. The families were handled thereafter. There was nothing that could be done. Research into memetics and infohazards was still very much in its infancy around this time, and there was a lot of uncertainty with how the situation would develop with a rogue element over 100 times strong, or over 100 strong. This was the Boa era mind. The general didn't take well to rogue elements, much less ones in poorly understood fields. Affiliations of Symphony Symphony only deepened fears. The turnover rate for those working on a syncope anomaly was staggering, not only for the cognitive dangers to personnel, but from the horrors we personally had to witness in these schools. The things these anomalies would do to their bodies, to their faces, it was unbearable. There were times we couldn't do so much as identify victims. Time and time again, we could do nothing to stop these tragedies. The Camp Kenob phenomenon out in West Virginia, Salvation High in Indiana, Kirk Lawnwood, the list goes on. Either our planning was too poor, containment too light, or we simply couldn't act in time to save these kids. Without swift action to neutralize the situation, we risked further outbreak. You always held on to it, didn't you? That sense of guilt, like it was somehow your fault. Emily doesn't blame you. None of us do. The analytics department report was the final nail in the coffin. We've been trying to reproduce something coherent from SCP-012 for decades by this point, picking up on attempts by earlier organizations dating back into antiquity, failing miserably time and again to get anything even remotely listenable out of it. Now, up to this point, syncope had been largely assumed to refer to syncopation. Some had assumed the name related to the mental effects of anomalies stemming from their influence, as in pathology. Syncope refers to consciousness loss. Very easy connection to make. In grammatical sense, however, syncope defines the omission of sound from within a spoken word. Library, the R in library, the second O in chocolate, and the D in madam. The removal of key elements to change the sound of the end result. It was clear to us upon reading that report that SCP-7676-M was only the beginning of a larger piece. It was the overture to On Mount Golgotha. And that says, of the song that will unmake time, syncope taught us how to play it just right. Experiment log. During incident 7676-1, several Foundation personnel were exposed to 7676-M, including 18 Mobile Task Force personnel and Researcher Reese. Researcher Reese had come to North Millcrest to study the potential mimetic effects of SCP-7676-M. As such, he volunteered to isolate himself from the Foundation at large in order to document the effects of the SCP-7676-M. Dr. Wyrn volunteered to study Researcher Reese during the process. Attached is a journal Dr. Wyrn kept during this time with sensitive information redacted. I went to see James Reese for the first time today. I found the containment for James was unnecessarily strict. 2 guards gave me a mental evaluation test, and I had to pass through an airlock to enter the concrete-lined containment cell. I've seen these measures used to contain some of the worst monsters in the world. Seeing James in the cell, comfortable with his furnishings he brought from home, was a nice juxtaposition. We sat down on the couch together and watched some TV. I always found it surprising that we were able to get the $6 million man down here. I was glad to see James was able to relax. To the untrained eye, he still seemed to be his normal self. He made jokes about his, quote, all-expenses-paid vacation and drank quite a bit of beer. To me, however, he seemed a bit more quiet than usual. It was like he was stuck in thought. Here's a specific conversation I remember. Hey, do you know that the Panoptic project they're working on? Do you know about the Panoptic project they're working on at Site 19? He said. He spoke in a monotone to avoid transferring the meme. I know of it, I replied, in monotone as well. He was stationed to the project before he transferred to 7676. What do you need? They were running an experiment for it, new visualization tech, something to that effect. Could you fetch the results for me? I wanted to see if I could give my thoughts on them. I shook my head. Even if I could, I doubt they'd let me take anything written by you out of here. He laid back. It's not like I'm going to be useful to the Foundation much longer. We were quiet for a few minutes after that. I wanted to ask the obvious questions. I wanted to ask for salvation, but I was not sure if I could. I've requested the instantiation of a mandatory exercise routine for James. Professionally, it's difficult to tell between symptoms of SCP-7676-M and the effects of a sustained sedentary lifestyle. Personally, he's been getting fat. I told James about it, and while he complained that, quote, he came here to get away from his wife, he understands. Speaking of which, no real symptoms yet, thank God. Maybe this is all there is to it. First sign of infection today. There were signs earlier. James kept wanting to watch reruns of The Life of Riley. I didn't catch it at the time, but he probably watched it quite a bit as a kid. Today, all he wanted to talk about was his childhood. The summer camps he went to, playing ball in the yard. He talked about it before, and I figured he was just letting his life flash before his eyes. Now he seems genuinely distressed over it. I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry I'm not able to talk to you about this anymore. Researcher Hopkins noted something similar in one of the MTF agents that was exposed. I've requested the file from him. In other news, James has almost completely become another person. I could see dozens of makeshift 50s toys scattered around the cell when I visited today. When I was talking to him, he seemed anxious for me to leave so he could get back to them. My grandfather was diagnosed with dementia. As he became worse, talking to him was like seeing a completely different person. I bring that up because I keep thinking of him whenever I talk to James. When I talked to him about the things we did together, the thermodynamics paper, the lake trip, they should have never been in that water. Just as we had gone to school on the wrong day, that one moment is all it takes. The Foundation knows. They know who we are. They know what we're trying to do. He looks at me with the blankest stare. The difference is that James still enthusiastically talks about his childhood memories, just not the ones he actually had. Everything he's been talking about for the past few weeks never happened. Hopkins finally got back to me with that file, and it's the same. They're both fixating on these fabricated memories. I talked to James today. It's been a courtesy for the past few weeks. I listened while he recounts the childhood he never had. After a period of silence, he said, "Remember how we used to hop the fence at the mall to steal cigs?" I nodded along and thought at the time we'd had our first smoke. The following portion is stricken. It says, "It was the three of us back then, Adam, Kylie, and myself. We'd each say we were at the other's house, but all we did was look for End the stricken portion. I never smoked in my life. I'm going to have to sequester myself in the cell. Hopefully I can provide a more detailed account of my condition than James did. It happened today. I was sitting with James again when, all of a sudden, he started panicking and rubbing behind his ears. I blinked and James was gone. A teenager I didn't recognize stood in his place. It was like he was turned inside out. His tongue was yanked out of his mouth and his new skin came out with it. In other news, I've had more intrusive memories. I can't remember my own mother, my graduation, my career at the Foundation. All I know is that I should freak out about it. It's trying to get me to panic. I barely remember my old self. What were these words? This isn't my handwriting. Stricken. I really can't write in this anymore. Who's Reese? Who's Wyron? I don't know why they're keeping me in here. I just wanted to see Mom and Dad. They must be worried sick. Retinal scan results. Rating, 19%. Clear. Sanity confirmed. Progression of SCP-7676. What follows is an abridged timeline of events that have been connected to the SCP-7676 phenomena. Note that not all events were known to be related at time of occurrence, with their inclusion being post hoc additions. December 1976. Site-41. Notes recovered from Dr. Hopkins and an infected Dr. Wyron from the basis of designating the emergent SCP-7676-R and SCP-7676-G phenomena. Dr. Wyron is placed under quarantine, and the former researcher Reese is isolated for study. All personnel present during incident 7676-1 are detained and placed in quarantine, as are any personnel exposed to SCP-7676-M in the course of their research. Exclusion zone. Agent Emerson becomes violent upon being unable to recognize his reflection and has to be sedated. He is sent to Site-41 to recover. Site-41. 2 infected personnel transfigure into North Hillcrest students. Due to the sound emitted during the process, it becomes referred to as a cadence event. Site-19. Researcher Toussaint, head researcher for SCP-332, is recorded humming SCP-7676-M in the site cafeteria. Contact tracing reveals there was no previous exposure. February of 1977.
SCP-332 expands to
Oh,
Head Researcher 4, they were not yet ready.
oh, I thought it was just a link. I should have known. February 1977. Site 41. A conference regarding Syncope Symphony is held at Site 41. Attending are containment specialists and project leads for a number of anomalies with ties to the group. Police reports filed in Franklin County and the surrounding areas revealed that several alumni who had graduated from North Hillcrest between 1946 and 1975 had gone missing. Site 41. Dr. Hopkins is discovered by his secretary holding a one-way conversation over the telephone. Exclusion zone. The school bell chimes. It's calling you home. Agent Watkins proceeds to leave his post and enters the auditorium. Site 41. All subjects infected with SCP-7676-R have undergone a cadence event. All but 3 are terminated, with bodies being placed in cold storage. 1 rots at a rapid pace while in transit. Several personnel in quarantine have not yet begun to display signs of SCP-7676-R. Site 17. Dr. Baker experiences a sudden seizure while developing photos taken with North Hillcrest. First responders note that her eyes had changed momentarily from hazel to blue. It says, "It's been so long since I've had eyes that can see." March 1977. Franklin County. Locals have begun digging a small tunnel 5 miles from the exclusion zone as part of a sewage project. Unbeknownst to the Foundation, the tunnel had been diverted by an SCP-7676-G instance embedded in county leadership. Site 17. Dr. Baker is reported as missing. Exclusion zone. 3 instances of SCP-7676-G attempt to enter the site under the cover of darkness. 2 are detained, although the 3rd is shot while wrestling for the agent's weapon. The school bell chimes. She's calling for you. Can't you see how she needs you? What would you do to give her a second chance? To give all of us a second chance? Please. I'm so cold. And her body is forcibly drawn to the auditorium. On-site personnel issued non-lethal weaponry. Site 41. Dr. Hopkins is seen by med staff due to discovering a lump in his breast. It is diagnosed as a benign tumor and is scheduled for removal. June 1977. Exclusion zone radius broadened by 2.5 kilometers. Property within the expanded zone is purchased by the Foundation front companies and demarcated against trespassing. Foundation personnel have embedded themselves into governance of the surrounding provinces, discovering and apprehending the instance of SCP-7676 in Franklin County. Exclusion zone. Agent Emerson is rushed to urgent care, having been found bloodied and near death in his quarters. The flesh around his chin and mouth have been mostly sawed off and discarded. Selfish. 3 personnel, Researcher Locke, Researcher Kimmel, and Agent Winters, have not shown any signs of infection. Records indicate each had been homeschooled as children. July 1977. Site 41. The photographs of 30 North Hillcrest students have become affected by SCP-7676 overnight. Just as the Lamb has suffered, so shall we. A resurrection unto all when the choir sings. Staff at North Hillcrest investigate the containment breach and discovered the exit point of a man-made tunnel on school property, a few meters from the auditorium's exterior entrance. Surveillance footage is found to be doctored, having been playing earlier recordings on a loop. The tunnel is collapsed and the outer door sealed with concrete. Several population centers reported seeing a large number of children, quote, fly through the sky. Approximately twice as many children nationwide were stillborn in a 3-month period following this event. The trend is documented by the civilian medical community. Site 41. Dr. Hopkins enters surgery. As the tumor is removed, it is revealed to have a face, and it begins to audibly wail. The lead surgeon and both assistants cease operation and begin to consume it over Hopkins' exposed surgical wound. The doctors couldn't save him, just like they couldn't save her. Only you can, only you can, only you can, only you can, only you can understand. All 3 undergo a cadence event, but are terminated before they can escape the facility. Hopkins is treated and placed in containment. August of 1977. Exclusion zone. 14 instances of SCP-7676-G gain access to the site using credentials of Dr. Baker. 9 are able to make it to the auditorium, and the rest are sent to Site 41 for processing. The flesh of Dr. Hopkins' back and chest can be seen bulging and inflamed in several places. Within 3 days, the bulges take on the shape of human faces, which writhe and attempt to push themselves upward from within. Though Hopkins is euthanized through lethal injection, the faces continue to struggle and weep. The body is incinerated. An analytics department meta-analysis of personnel affected by the anomaly reveals cases of SCP-7676-R emerging wherever Files containing to Symphony Symphony are accessible, albeit only in cases where these files include information relating to North Hillcrest. SCP-7676 is classed an Infohazard, and InfoSec measures are initiated across all sites. Site 41 and its staff are liquidated. And alternately, anything to protect their precious veil. It cannot last forever. There must come a point when the curtain is pulled back. We have quite the show prepared. Researcher Locke, Researcher Kimmel, and Agent Winters are all assigned to the exclusion zone alongside a 10-man crew of D-Class personnel. High Command begins the transfer of personnel with homeschooling in their backgrounds to the exclusion zone. June of 1979, so he's skipped ahead 2 years. Exclusion zone, a D-Class riot breaks out. Assisted by Researcher Kimmel, they overpower security and breach the school interior. As the school bell chimes, we're begging you, Julia. Our cries can't fall on deaf ears. And the auditorium opens. 27 are able to make it inside. The vector for SCP-7676-R transmission for Researcher Kimmel is determined to be her attendance of a summer camp in 1957. United Kingdom. After several-hour delivery attempt resulting in emergency C-section, an infant is born with the face of one of North Hillcrest's students. A marked increase in psychopathy towards children is recorded worldwide. A marked increase in life expectancy is recorded worldwide. Null Ingram qualifiers are finalized. Foundation staff in the exclusion zone are isolated. The transfer of food and supplies is relegated to Mobile Task Force 8-10, quote, see no evil. February of 1996. Skipped ahead 15 years. Let's see. Well, 17. Let's see. Exclusion zone. A team of task force members attack and overwhelm site staff. Using high explosives and inside knowledge, they quickly bypass security forces and gain access to the exclusion zone. 11 SCP-7676-G instances join the auditorium. 16 Foundation casualties are recorded. After the recitation of Angelus at the Vatican, Pope John Paul II leads the public in rendition of SCP-7676-M. The sheep follow his voice. They will follow him and be of him. The song that plays from the heavens is for you and me. It is for Amelie. For the next 6 months, infrequent reports of large objects and people randomly appearing and ceasing existence were received by Foundation fronts. Exclusion zone. Researcher Locke is promoted to head researcher, being the only living staff member with experience on both Symphony Symphony and SCP-7676. Excuse me. Let's see. And a supply chain is automated, and Researcher Locke implements conscription measures to replenish the site with civilian personnel. By order of the Overwatch Council, as of 1996, February 13th, all of the students present within the auditorium save for one. All of the students are present within the auditorium, save for one. I've taken the liberty of reclassifying SCP-7676 under the Master class. Every measure in our power should be taken to prevent the auditorium from being completed. The side effects so far have been disastrous, and we have enough tertiary documentation to know that a full completion of the auditorium would initiate a ZK class terminated reality scenario. I know this has been hard on you, Julia. Please hang in there. March 1996, July 2022. Double asterisk. I'm not sure where that is. Containment of SCP-7676 stable with minimal loss of life. Various 312 attempts are made by the final SCP-7676-G entity to reach North Hillcrest property over this period of time, though 45 are through in the infection of D-class conscripts within the site itself. All are identified in the early stages of SCP-7676-R and processed according to procedure. Due to the exclusion zone. Due to her advanced age, Overwatch Command issues order for Researcher Locke to choose a successor among conscripted D-Class. Awaiting response. Yes, we're waiting. Update. Access file. Dear Sirs and Madams of Overwatch Command, I have received your request for my retirement, and I must respectfully decline. I know SCP-7676 better than anybody. I'm the only one who knows what needs to be done. After all these years, I finally see it. How deeply have you poured into my past? Of course, you were looking for infection vectors, anything that might risk breaching containment. You'd have known my medical history. You know what I went through in 75. For 23 days, my darling Emily fought for her place on this earth. 23 days of prodding, of surgeries, of cold hands and unfamiliar voices, blinding lights beating down on eyes that would never open. We were fortunate to have access to the level of care afforded to those in our line of work. In the end, it simply wasn't enough. She was simply too underdeveloped to breathe on her own. What little time her father and I had with her brief moments of respite for skin-to-skin contact. I hold those blessed few hours with me in my heart, a life sustained only in memory. She deserved to have a chance, the opportunity of life. She deserved to love, to laugh, to experience the successes and the failures of sadness and joy and all those small moments we all take for granted. It's the gift those kids at North Hillcrest were trying to give us all, the chance they're trying to make. It's what Syncope has been working towards all this time, a chance at life for those who have had theirs stolen. I'm going back to the school, back to where it all started. I will take my place among the chorus, and with every goddamn ounce of air in my lungs, I will sing, all of my breath, for hers. I have not been compromised. My name is Julia Locke, and I am of sound mind. I am acting of my own volition in order to uphold our Noble Foundation's third mission statement, the order to protect. The salvation of countless thousands is at stake, and it would be a failure of my duty, both to our organization and as a mother, to not mend the wrongs of the past and ensure a brighter path ahead for mankind. I won't be here to see that tomorrow. I'll never witness with my own eyes when all of our families are reunited and the streets come alive with precious laughter and song. I know that I will never see my little Amelie. I can only pray that she will keep me in her memory. J. Locke. Retinal scan results. Rating, 95%. Permanent damage. Agent Locke is compromised. Initiating Mobile Task Force scramble order. Shutting down computer. Shutdown blocked by admin override. Attempting level 5 shutdown. Agent Julia Locke is to be detained. Mobile task forces have been scrambled to exclusion zone protection measures in place. Beginning activation of diamond containment brick product. Error system corruption detected. Beginning basic reality verification tests. 1 + 1 no longer equals 2. Why? Random gibberish. Shutdown complete. There's no time for tears. Your mind like a sieve. The concert is about to begin. We've been waiting so patiently. Thank you. Ooh, and there's another offset, if I remember correctly. It's a hidden one. I don't know how to get to it from here. If there's a link for it. Is it? Yeah, but I remember there's a hidden one, and it looks like the discussion page.
Say that it's the discussion page is the.
No, it looks like a discussion page. It's
Oh,
fake.
The rating
it's fake.
is 1976, and it has a JavaScript 2.
Yes. Oh, it's down? Oh, I see. There's a second discussion page. I see. It's a fake footer, right? That's what it is. Yeah. That's good.
Neat.
Yeah, and I guess the conversation happening there is from the students, so why not read that as well, right? Let's see. Load in. It takes a second to load. Wow. Load. Refresh
James, Sarah, Thomas, Biff.
There's a Biff. A Biff type? What is this? My entrails are spilling out in waves of red fluid all over the tile floor, and it doesn't hurt. Sarah says, the same is happening to me. Why can't I see you? Sarah, when I close my eyes, I can only see all the people I've hurt. Why did she have to die so young? I miss her every day. Thomas Warren says, close your web browser right now. This world isn't yours to enjoy. Biff says, why am I here? It wasn't me. I didn't kill them. How was I supposed to know he'd come back? You're asinine. James says, even after God rendered us to dust, you still pretend like nothing happened? There's no reason to hide anymore. J. Locke says, is this really the end? The world had so much more to offer than high school. Where did we go wrong? Why did we have to undo everything? When I helped you forfeit your lot in life, I always assumed the ennui would come after that, and we would all be together again. Not like this. Thomas Warren says, no more future left to hurt you. The world was always meant to be this way. James says, we called them, quote, the best times of our lives because the rest of it was fucking unbearable. J. Locke says, I see the point. The children are our future. And there's a 1 minute and 20 seconds audio clip here. Spooky. Spooky. Hmm. I like it.
That would have worked better on the stream if I had remembered to
like it.
mute the Spotify music. So go ahead and check that out on your own, fam.
Yes, yes. It's a little haunting orchestral melody. I'm assuming it's 7676-M. Very cool. I liked it. I don't really understand how all the pieces fit together, like the reality warping events and stuff. Like, I guess it's anomalous. That's what it does. But like, it feels like there's a lot of things happening at the same time here. It's definitely a dangerous anomaly, that's for sure. Yeah, maybe there's a breakdown that can explain why all these things are causing the stuff popping in and out of existence and stuff like that, like the large objects, stuff like that. It feels kind of dissonant, but at the same time, I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Yeah, as I mentioned last week, I know very, very little about Class of 76 lore in general, so this is kind of just like a ride where I'm sitting here trying to figure out what's going on and why and where.
Yeah, I know there's references to other SCPs, but it's relatively self-contained. I was surprised that there's not as many like cross links, but I guess that's good. You know, you don't want it to be too reliant on other pieces. You know, because considering it was a contest entry and whatnot. But overall, very good work. It's a good read. It's spooky.
Definite upvote.
Yeah, definite upvote for sure.
And
a few spelling errors and stuff, but not. I mean, it's a long piece. I'm not surprised, but you should go back and reread it and look for those.
Yeah, and besides Shaggy, shout out to Yuki410, Hoa2333, and Notgull, who co-authored this.
Really? I don't recognize a lot of those.
Just saw it at the bottom. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah. Oh.
It's got just the right level of mystery, and there's enough that's going on, but it's not the main event.
Mm-hmm.
Then they introduce 012 as like the source for it, but not in a way that I wholly get because I don't know 012 that well either.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I read that one. Maybe there's more of a connecting thread, but I think that was like retro continuity. Like it wasn't actually a class of 76. Yeah, it's not a class of 76 SCP. It's just included.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And looking, like there's no mention of Symphony Symphony or anything like that, but still, it's a good inclusion. It works.
Yeah, is Symphony Symphony something new for this, or is that a thing off on the site?
It sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard of it before, but maybe not. Let me see.
It certainly sounds like something that would exist. I thought it was like a group of interest that it was being mixed in with.
Sure. Yes. SCP-4833. It's a musical supply shop known as Symphony Symphony. I'm sure that's the same.
Creds, author post regarding background in relation to contest theme. About 5 years ago, I woke up one morning with a stabbing pain in my chest, shooting through my arm, couldn't breathe, could barely stand, rushed to the ER. It was not a heart attack, it was a spontaneous pneumothorax when my lungs decided to just pop. Was treated in the emergency room, simple fix. Woo, that's harrowing. Terrible accident. Condition critical, did not survive the night. Oh, wow. That's very dramatic. This story is not about luck. It's about the unfortunate that we leave behind. Oof.
So lack of luck.
There we are.
It's a probabilistic phenomenon. It affects people at seemingly random.
All right. And that brings us to the next one in line.
Absolutely. And that is...
Everyone in the chat, remember to head into the description. We are doing this 7K reading stream to support Hymns of the Road and A Tree Tried to Kill Me, It Missed. Both are linked in the description. You can fund helping one of our fellow SCP YouTubers. And Well, that one's... They're both SCP YouTubers. One is for helping with real-life stuff. One is for creating more art. Both of them we highly suggest.
Absolutely. All right.
So this brings us...
to SCP-7010 by Stormbreath. I think this is... Yeah. We did... let's see.
From War on All Fronts. Oh,
Yes.
and co-authored with Flops. Flops, you still in the chat?
Oh, Flops is... No Flops.
Oh, and shout out to Nice Demon Queen. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for supporting our stream.
Absolutely. We appreciate you. And
Do we have a name for 7010?
7010 is We Will Endure.
We Will Endure. Oh boy.
Hmm.
All right, this looks good on the stream, so... Item number, SCP-7010. Object class, Thaumiel. Correction, neutralized. Level 3, 7010 classified. Confidential. Pictured, domain of Dagda Mac Angus, a former locus of SCP-7010, SCP-7010-A, or Alpha. Assigned Site, Site 3, Site Director, Dr. Kennedy Collins. Research Head, Dr. Kennedy Collins. Assigned Mobile Task Force, none. Special Containment Procedures, outdated. Containment and maintenance of SCP-7010 is in the control of the High Brazil government, per operation treaties that allow for the existence of Site 3. Although Site 3 benefits from SCP-7010 as a risk aversion measure, it is not directly or immediately responsible for the continued supervision of the system. Description: SCP-7010 was a system of thaumaturgical wards on NX-03 that anomalously altered probability on the island. Generally favorable outcomes were of increased likelihood, whereas unfavorable outcomes were significantly reduced in chance. These protections served to both increase quality of life on the island and function as a means of protection against extreme adverse events, such as natural disasters or mass fatality incidents. Nexus number, Nexus 3. Civilization designation, High Brazil. Overview: an island nation-state to the west of Ireland, populated by an anomalous human subspecies known as the Tuatha De Danann, Homo sapiens tumuli. Nexus 3 is only in baseline reality for 1 day out of every 7 years, and during the intervening time, only anomalous organisms can reach it. The Foundation has established Site 3 on the island to help regulate dangerous anomalies therein. The Foundation, during the period in which SCP-7010 was active, benefited from these protections because of the location of Site 3. The site was generally viewed as one of the most secure facilities, where the risk of a severe containment breach was effectively zero. There were 7 wards total, designated SCP-7010-Alpha, Beta, I don't know the rest of the Greek in order, but Greek letters. SCP-7010 catastrophically failed on June 13, 1988, following a brief period of instability. Immediately after the collapse, an entity known to the Global Occult Coalition as LTE-0851-CETUS attacked the island. That has its own article. Oh, and Nexus 3 has its own article, or at least its own page too, linked in here. This entity was a mostly aquatic organism measuring 100 meters tall, possessing 5 arms and 5 rear tentacles. The attack, and the damage caused by the GOC during their defense of Nexus 3, led to massive architectural and infrastructural damage alongside major civilian casualties. During the attack, both High King Nuada Argidlem VII and Crown Princess Mor Riogen were killed. Prince Delbaith, the son of Nuada's younger brother, ascended to the throne and became High King. Having been a part of the investigation into the falling wards, he outlawed their future usage, seeing them as responsible for the downfall of his nation and the deaths of his close family members. Investigations from the personal log of Dr. Kennedy Collins. February 11th, 1988. My Foundation has dual assignment My Foundation dual assignment with the fair folk led me on board an elegant schooner of traditional Tuatha Dé construction. There, I spent my trip listening to the deckhands, who were taking turns wooing me with traditional tales and passing jokes. I found the latter shockingly vulgar. No matter. It was a delight hearing what they had to say. The former truly fascinated me. I had done my first BA in folkloristics, and though this was at a mundane college. The lore of High Brazil, on the other hand, is credibly out of this world. Only aboard a Tuatha crewed ship could I reach the island in the first place. I'd have to wait another 5 years otherwise. Footnote. As anticipated, High Brazil would again become visible and fully accessible on July 7th, 1993, at precisely 0 hours, 0 minutes. In no time, my attachés helped me from their ship to dry land, then from there to the Site-3 security cordon. Here, a limestone motte residence is my home for the next 6 months. Tomorrow is Friday, but I won't be joining the rest of the city for their nighttime revelry. There's paperwork to do. February 15th, 1988. I was invited today to meet the new court wizard of the High Brazil Royal Court, a young man by the name of MacLeod. Young is relative here. These are people that routinely live for upwards of 200 years, and being 40 years old to them is but a child. Only a little older than I am, as it happens. However, it is old enough to receive a prestigious appointment, it appears. I have never met a court wizard before, never mind a court wizard. I guess the difference is the capital letters. Considering I am a newcomer visiting nobility, I was to be accompanied with servants. However, when the young royal subjects heard I was in town and with such an important mission, they chose to accompany me directly. My superiors told me that this was entirely out of procedure, but no one would dare say no to the first and second in line for the throne. The information I received on them was brief, between Midir and I in age. By chance, the two had been born one day apart. The princess, by the name of Merorain, was the elder, and tended to act more as twin siblings. Both had attended IXIT, footnote IXIT, the International Center for the Study of Unified Thaumatology, the world's foremost magical college. Merorain and Billith both went to the High Brazil campus of the school, although they completed study abroad programs at other campuses. Both had attended IXIT in their youth and were accomplished wizards, although not nearly as powerful as Midir. The pair were waiting outside of Site-3 when I left for the first time since my arrival. I'm getting notifications, 1 sec. There we go. Video log, view attendees. Dr. Kennedy Collins, Crown Princess Merorain, Prince Billith. Begin log. Do you want the royalty and I'll take the doctor?
Sure. Aha, there she is. The lovely human diplomat. Salutations, good lady.
Oh, hello. She bows before the two. Your Majesties? Your Majesty sees. I wasn't expecting you. I didn't think our meeting with Midir was until tomorrow.
It isn't. We wanted to introduce ourselves and take you out for a meal. There's an excellent location down the street, owned by the Deathless Merchant of London, though the food is good. We should note it had been under his ownership for over 100 years before he became the Deathless Merchant of London. After, but before the current occasion, to be fair.
Ah, then. I'd be delighted. The trio walks down from Site-3 to the aforementioned restaurant, enters, and is escorted to a private rooftop table. Food is brought out without being ordered.
We called ahead, of course. Nothing but the finest for the pair of us. So, we hear you are to meet with our dear little Midir. We went to school with him, you know. Let's hear about you first.
Is this a test? Am I at risk of losing my appointment with him?
Not too likely, unless you offend us deeply.
To start with, I'm an agent of the SCP Foundation, assigned to the Diplomacy Division. I was sent to the island to speak with the court wizard out of growing Foundation interest in your thaumaturgical workings.
That word always amuses me. Call it what it is. Magic.
Merorain waves her hand in an arc, leaving a trail of sparks in the shape and colors of a rainbow suspended in the air. They'd fire me for that, I think. Maybe just a reprimand. I'd agree with you, but I've had the right terminology beaten in my head over the years. I've been with the Foundation for well over a decade. They sponsor my graduate degrees, after all.
And did they make you their loyal lackey then, pressed into shape?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I agree with them on a great many of things, but can see the problems. Regardless, there are a few who do what they do. I don't think I'll ever leave the Foundation just for that simple fact.
We've encountered all sorts of types over the years, all sorts of agents of all the various groups who've come to this island. Your Foundation, the Coalition, the Hand, all those churches, all the rest. If not us, our grandfathers. So we need to speak to you first, see what makes you tick. So, why did you come here?
I was ordered here.
And how do you feel about it then?
Excitement. Unbelievable. An island straight out of legend, filled with magic and the fair folk. I would have never imagined anything like it. Like I said, there is no job like this in the world.
No job like this in your world, not ours. Let's see how this little meeting with Midhere goes. Perhaps there is a permanent potential for you.
End log. February 16th, 1988. The following was a part of a series of royal appointments I had with Court Wizard Midhere, in which he personally provided me with a first-hand look at one of the SCP-7010 instances. Because of the events that transpire in this log, however, only this sole appointment could be completed. As with many of our forthcoming encounters, today's was recorded by an audiovisual device planted on my person, Dr. Collins, and some royal court-sanctioned equipment planted in the vicinity. Video log, view attendees: Dr. Kennedy Collins, Crown Princess Mor Rowan, Prince Delbeth, Sir Midhere MacLeod, Court Wizard. Begin. So how about you keep those two royals and I'll take the wizard as well.
Sure.
Begin log. The Prince and Crown Princess flank Dr. Collins on each side. The three stand before the Court Wizard, who levitates. Behind him, the ground is demarcated. A narrow strip of flat, loamy soil partitions a field from the rest of the area. Within the soil, sets of low royal hedgerows have been planted, creating navigable gaps between them. I hope you will forgive me for breaching the silence. Today I am here with... Pardon, Your Honor. I wouldn't have wanted to mispronounce your name. I'll allow the indiscretion, though next time. He swipes his thumb across his Adam's apple. All laugh. Oh, they told me about your japery. I'm ready for it. Believe me, I am. Promise to keep me on my best behavior, will ya? I've yet to have my smoke today, which I should be having very, very soon. I'm all business today, Your Honor. Very well. The ward is just over this hill. I wish to show it to you. They cross the soil and enter the untrammeled field beyond. If I may ask, Your Honor, who is the owner of this land? You insult without knowing, Doctor. Oh, what I suppose I mean is, who looks after it when nobody else is around? Well, at times there are interlopers with the Serpent's Hand who pretend they are the wardens. But really, the ancestors are the true overseers of this land. They watch over it. They are the ones who tend to it. Then what prevents someone from coming in and meddling, with the ward? The ward is impervious to all manner of meddlers. Why, there is so much you have still yet to learn, Doctor. The four ascend a gradual slope. 3 climb, whereas Midhere floats. How many wards are present across the island? On the island, 7. And are all of them, can you find them in such conspicuous locations as this? You have the wards, but you also have the things they're bound to, even if the wards are protected. I'm afraid you have the framing all off, Doctor. I suppose I cannot blame you. You and your organization are too beholden to your dogmas of containment. But know this, the material forces at play are inconsequential. The majesty of our magical anchors, you say. They dominate over our city, the verdancy that surrounds it, the earth at our feet, the sea at our shores, and even the heavens above. They are a triumph of Tuatha-De wonderworking. Right. You do seem to hold an extremely great degree of confidence in these wards. I wonder if we could explore that. There is no mere aggrandizement befitting of a guided tour. I am confident. Completely and utterly. In my readings, what shocked me the most was the age of these wards. Many of the thaumaturgical bindings on the island were cast well before most residents were born. And these wards in particular, they've been at work for more than half a millennium. It's hard to fathom.
With respect, Doctor, what's the implication?
Well, let's consider this by analogy. The buildings on this island are gorgeous, works of art, we might all agree. With respect to your people, they've also been here an exceptionally long time. Yet even the greatest architects have trouble imagining passage of time on a scale of centuries. Every wonder of the world needs to be maintained nonetheless. But even as an academic, especially as one, you would recognize the majesty of these workings, would you not? I would, and I do, but you sidestep the point. How do you maintain them? And how will you know when to repair them? This is where the analogy crumbles. Great sacrifices were made to complete these workings. They have stood resolute since the founding of High Brazil. Mortal words such as maintain do not even begin to comport with protective magics. Oh, it's semantics, Your Honor, is it not? What can I say? This is just what it is. For all the books you have read, you clearly have a fundamental misunderstanding. Let me try a different tack. As the city grows, will the efficacy of these wards scale with it? Your population has already grown tenfold since the last occult war. This is the most important anomalous city on the planet, with a diverse populace, and a history and culture worth preserving. I'm a pragmatist. How will the wards continue to ensure their protection? The four reach a lightly foliaged grove at the hill's crest, overlooking the ocean. At the center sits a monumental burial stone, which binds SCP-7010/Greek letter I don't recognize. Suddenly, the ground gives way between Morone and collapses into the earth. Morone screams, then falls out of sight. Prince Delbath turns, shouts, and then becomes a living shadow, blitzing across the hill. Once he reaches the cliff, he transforms back into a man, face precarious over the edge. Midir and Dr. Collins make chase to the cliffside. The ground Morone was standing on exhibits a deformation of 5 meters. It appears to have finally settled. Morone remains standing, but is pressed against the wall. Princess, quick, are you... Ah, there you are. She is out of breath, palm resting on chest.
Nothing I can't handle.
Morone attempts to climb the side of the cliff. Delbath waits to pull her to the top. Great. Unscathed then. Wonderful. I may need to revise my earlier position. Oh? This section of the cliff. It is just outside of the areas protected by the wards, and as I go beyond it, I can feel a terrible sensation growing around me. A scratching and crushing feeling. Is it just me? Or does the world seem a little darker to you? A little colder? I'm unsure what you mean, Midir. The court wizard shuffles towards Dr. Collins and speaks in a lower register. Misfortune has accumulated around the outside of the city, clawing at the wards. Here on the border, we are almost cursed. And if that unluck is potent enough that a cliff collapses as soon as a woman steps on it, it may very well be that the unluck is eating at the wards. Poor omens all around. I will approach the rest of the court as expediently as they can be assembled, but I want you to promise that you steel yourself before the proceedings we undertake. I imagine you will play a key role in them. Your Honor, believe me, I am more than aware of my... Can you do this for me? To the best of my abilities, yes, I will. Very well. Let us check on the others. Dr. Collins teeters on her feet, turns and, succumbing to the shift in chance, vomits. Our work is cut out for us. End log. February 24th, 1988. The Prince and Crown Princess very quickly declared that they would lay hold of the reins for this momentous investigation. To their surprise, Midir overruled. It seemed he would take matters into his own hands. He would return with a solution once the requisite deliberations that it had been through with and preparations made. Or so he'd said. The resulting longest week of my life was held in the balance by half-measure reassurances about an esoteric magical system I struggled to keep pace with. What punctuated my precarious new reality was the sudden dawning that the island lacked cable TV. The thaumaturgy underlying Hy-Brazil, I was told, complicates matters in this regard. Fortunately, a treasure trove of film did exist. I turned into the back catalog of Chevy Chase comedies in between my readings. While Meteor returned early one morning, he took us to the Royal Wizard. The Tuath was named Dadka MacEngus, a portly subordinate to Meteor. His lair was on one of the cliffs overlooking the city, the host of one of the wards. If I had to describe him, a self-serious Clark Griswold seems most fitting. He even tuned the scenery like him. Rise and notice, edit. Passage has been stricken from the record. Do not sarcastically talk about the vacation movies in professional documentation, thank you. Video log. Few attendees. Dr. Kennedy Collins, Crown Princess Morone, Prince Delbaith, Sir Meteor MacLeod, Court Wizard, Sir Dagda MacAngus, Royal Wizard. Can you do a Chevy Chase impression, or should I take a stab at it?
Go ahead, you do it. I was going to take the character, but if I have to do Chevy Chase and a wizard at the same time, I don't know.
Chevy Chase the wizard. A visitor! Oh yes, please, do come in! I wouldn't be up to anything important, like quelling magic-resistant plantar warts. Maiden maith to you too, and I would certainly hope not. We have guests. Hello, I'm Dr. Kennedy Collins. I'm the newest researcher assigned to Foundation Site 3. It's a pleasure to... A fresh face! And just in time. I've whipped up a batch of my grandmother's toffee just this morning. Dadga, are you scuddered? You've gotten my communique, haven't you? I have. And what have you to say about it? This is urgent. I'm not feeling particularly serendipitous this morning, so I've decided. This means the wards are working fine. Just as they would have been for the past 100 years and 89,000 some odd days. Do not be such a fool. You would never enter a barracks and consult the soldiers in there for news on the front. Nobody in the city would feel a thing until it was too late. And you? How would you know better? Because I have gone to the outskirts of the island and visited the tomb of Nuada Argitlem I. As I peered into the golden waters from over the cliff edge, I felt some wrongness. A wrongness I have never felt in my life. Our ancestors, the ones who erected the very wards that have aided us for all these generations, said there were certain omens that come with fortune of the wrong sorts. I've always believed those to be superstitions, never letting myself become blinded by them. But on that afternoon, I felt it so vividly, like a stone in my gut, pulling the rest of me down. You stared into the sea and your tummy felt off? Well, I've never met a landlubber more utterly parched. Pray tell, when did you last step out of this ruin? Is this how they deal with matters?
This is how they puff their egos. It's how they show their affection.
I am perfectly safe here in my domain. If you have come to persuade me, you've done a piss-poor job, Your Honor. The three who stand before you were present on that day. Though their senses may not be as acute or as trained as ours, they can certainly attest. But it matters not. What I seek is your confidence. If we have that, we can begin our inquiry in earnest. We can inform the High King and spur the full might of the royal court into action. Did you expect me to flinch? When you come in and say these things, I flinch all right. What's next? Shall we sack the king? Conspire against the moon? I expect you to think about a possible contingency plan. This is all I'm asking for. The wards are fine, Meteor. I am embarrassed you would suggest otherwise. Now, either stay for brunch or go away and return again with your senses. We are done here. Goodbye, Dagda. End log. March 16th, 1988. Getting audience with High King Nuada was easy, as was scheduling an appointment to hold a meeting and speak with him. Morone was, after all, the crown princess and saw him every day. With Midir, a member of the court, backing her, the meeting was easily arranged. It was my job to get the site director Walsh to attend the meeting we had arranged. Fortunately, for my own part, Moore had prepared a letter of invite with the royal seal. I don't know if I would have had the sway to get his ear otherwise, but with the backing of the princess, I could get his attention. We met with the king and Walsh 3 weeks after our meeting with Dagda. We didn't want a repeat of the last incident. This was going to be our only chance to see real change. If we couldn't convince Dagda, this was our last chance. 3 weeks of assessing the wards, gathering evidence, conducting experiments. Video log. Few attendees. Dr. Kennedy Collins, Crown Princess Morone, Prince Delbaith, Sir Midir MacLeod, Court Wizard, High King Nuada Ergitlem VII, Site Director Brenton Walsh.
List just keeps increasing in size.
Indeed. How about you take the king and I'll take the site director?
Perfect.
King Nuada is the last of the 6 in the meeting to arrive. He enters the council chamber and strides to his chair at the head of the table. Morone is seated to his right, as Delbaith beside her, and Midir to his left. Site Director Walsh and Dr. Collins are at the other end of the table, flanking the foot.
I see I'm the last to arrive. I can tell this is a serious endeavor. Even called up the Foundation for it, although, from the sound of it, this is an affair for the state, daughter. Well, sire, it is our ultimate decision to make, but it is with the assistance of Dr. Collins that we come to our conclusions, and it is with the assistance of Director Walsh that we seek to move forward. I see. Well, I am not your grandfather. I am no stranger to the Council of the Outside World. If I had not valued the Foundation, I would have not let them build their site, that marvelous fortress.
And for that, we remain eternally in your debt, your majesty. The matter we bring to you is dire, my lord. It concerns the luck wards we've used to protect High Brazil for centuries, ever since we retreated here hundreds of years ago.
The luck wards. It is hard to imagine life without them. I can barely even think of it. You might have to.
The wards are failing. We spent the past month doing rounds of investigation, testing everything. We went to Dadga McAngus with our findings, but he didn't believe us. Dr. Collins places 3 large black binders onto the table. She hands one to Director Walsh and passes the other to King Nuada. The last she gives to Midir. These binders are filled with the last 3 weeks of us performing every test we could think of to evaluate the strength of the wards. The results are undeniable. Misfortune has accumulated around the outside of High Brazil, and it is chipping and scraping at the wards. They haven't fallen yet, but they could.
That bodes poorly, I'd admit.
King Nuada begins to flip through the binder in front of him, as does Director Walsh.
Why do you think this is happening? Some flaw in the wards? A construction imperfection? Improper refreshing over the years?
I believe that the wards are fundamentally flawed. They seek to assert control over luck, but luck is that which cannot fundamentally be controlled. Their purpose is an exercise in futility.
So you do not believe there was any way to fix them, do you?
No, I do not.
And how long do you think the wards will have before they fail altogether?
No more than 2 years, perhaps. But they will fail at the worst moment possible, no matter the circumstances. Perhaps it will cause a plague. Perhaps a terrible storm. Weather is notoriously boorish when it comes to probabilistic control, what with all the variables. Perhaps it will simply be a nasty succession crisis in the court, the 3 of you indisposed for whatever reason. There is no way to tell. King Nuada continues to look through the binders. He does not speak for several minutes. The assembled group waits in the chambers for him to respond.
I must thank you for your advice, Midir, but I cannot find the evidence that supports these conclusions. If the wards were as bad of an idea as you say, why have they not failed sooner?
By all rights, they should have failed a long time ago. I can't speak to why they haven't already, but they are on the verge of collapse. This is the only one idea I have that makes any sense, and I fear to speak it aloud.
They've been waiting for a tragedy, a true disaster. Why collapse 20 years prior when we live as long as we do, and tremendous disaster awaits us? A plausible theory, but the operation of the wards, for as long as they have, works against it. There may have been many times in my reign when disaster could have come to these lands. The Seventh Occult War alone brought no end to the challenges here, and I should know that none of you remember that war. All of you were born after.
That the wards have stood in the past is no reason to believe they will continue to work. I am telling you, as your chief advisor on these matters, that we are in mortal peril.
I will commune with the ancestral spirits of those who have held your position. They will be the final decision. Father, you are putting the lives of the entire island, our people, in danger. We will never survive a collapse. Oh, sweet Morrigan, you should know by now how mighty our race is. There is no challenge we cannot pass, no battle we will not best. If doom comes to High Brazil, we will meet it with force and conquer it. There is nothing to be scared of. You are dismissed. That is all.
End log. The king did as he said and spoke to the ghosts of the former court wizards. They all disagreed with Mitier's analysis, but of course they would. Locked away in mausoleums of the palace, they could have never known what condition the wards were in. We need to find another way to save this island. April 1st, 1998. At 0900 hours on the 1st, we made for the XXX campus in the city center. It was Mitier's XXX professors, a pair of brilliant thaumatologists by the names of Ketterly and Belacqua, whose papers I vaguely consulted in anticipation of our first meeting on the island. I figured light reading on scientific magics wouldn't hurt. I was making audience with elves. And now we were consulting those very same people. Mayhaps, just as we are now mired in stifling skepticism, our paths were destined in those early moments. By this point, the binders have grown from 3 to 7, one for each ward. Video log. View attendees: Dr. Kennedy Collins, Crown Princess Morrigan, Prince Delbaith, Sir Mittier MacLeod, Court Wizard, Professor Dr. Andrea Ketterly, Professor Emeritus, Dr. Lyle Belacqua. You take Ketterly, I'll take Belacqua.
Great.
1 hour, 33 minutes of dialogue omitted for brevity. 4 of the 6 attendees sit around a vast ashwood conference table. Dr. Collins stands to the right of the professors, across from the Prince and Crown Princess, peering over the work. At the leftmost end, Sir Mittier hovers in cross-legged position. Contents of the now 7 binders are strewn across every square centimeter of the table.
Fortune manipulation of Fey provenance is unique in this regard. I'd have to see a ward in person to truly grok the intricacies of their workings. Though, looking at the timeline of the predicted failure, that's seeming unlikely.
Professor Ketterly looks up for the first time in a while.
You know, it's funny. Just as I'm flipping through these thaumic design specs, it's jogging my memory. Back in the 50s, a handful of us graduate thaumatologists did contract work for physics. And that as a footnote.
Yep, footnote. Physics Division, the action arm of the Global Occult Coalition.
They had us troubleshooting the massive technical overhead on a set of thaumatic probability workings. It took years to sort out. I didn't think our work was ever put to use. They'd eventually been acquired wholesale by some highest bidder or other. Some occult branch of the American government, I presume. Anyway, those were state-of-the-art magic technology. The same ones deployed against the Eastern Bloc as part of the anti-Soviet containment policy. But the funny part is, she gestures to the cluttered table, weighing them against these centuries-old wards. 7 protecting an entire island. There was no earthly comparison.
Naturally, we were to conceive some means of replacing the Tuathan wards. Book-burner wonderworking would never muster 100th of their output. He winks at Dr. Collins. Although it would be a show of spectacular hubris.
Honestly, I'm feeling rewarded to have been able to grasp the fruits of your research, Mr. Mittier, sharp as ever. Pardon, do you not see why it is so important that you publish? She continues idly
scanning the binder's contents.
Great. Well, the thaumaturgy is unequivocal. The wards will fail, a matter of when, not if. And when they do, the probabilistic backlash will create the unprecedented. There will be inclement weather on High Brazil. But your findings clearly seem...
There are other conclusions which bear out from the data. She casts a narrow but pensive gaze at Dr. Balakwa.
I thought that something was peculiar myself. Do elaborate.
It was about here that I had the gut feeling we weren't out of the woods just yet. We knew the wards would fail. The thaumatologist was correct. It wasn't something we could just rely on a contingency for as Midir had first expected, as he had been wanting the court's authorization to create. This was a matter of exigency. But could there have been something else? Something that would skew the situation's already dour trajectory? I mean, hell, how weird could it get? There is not merely the presence of bad fortunes from without. You have all made painstaking effort illustrating that. No, there is most certainly a buildup of another force from within. Is this a particular threat to our safety? Should I inform my supervisors? Dr. Balakwa shakes his head with vigor. There is no threat per se. It's not a reciprocal function of the growing misfortune, but there are certain interactions that can create a cause for concern. Are you acquainted with the vital force? Not personally. I'm sure it wouldn't take much to scrounge up the pertinent documentation. The vital force is a building block of unified thaumatology. It is the impetus by which any learned thaumatologist can plumb the theory of magic for its practical applications. But there are other ways it can manifest. For instance, all living beings have some degree of vitality, the somatic impetus or human desire that ensures the continuity of life. And all living beings give off that vitality in a particulate termed élan vital. Professor Ketterly pulls her glasses down, letting them dangle from their retainers. She then rubs her eyes.
His point is we can measure it.
Right. Electrophotonic imaging. The entire island would shine like Yuletide in July. Every single citizen.
Very keen, Doctor.
Dr. Collins does a faux curtsy. They both laugh. This is correct, albeit vulgar understanding. The vital force is value neutral, but there are sources that give off élan vital particles at greater quantities. Thaumatological entities, indeed, are higher on the spectrum. Sir Midir smiles. That's us. But there are other sources still. It has long been theorized that certain forms of belief are contributors to their own thaumatologically significant particles.
Allow me to hazard a hypothesis. Ever consider the High King's dominion? His lineage has held the throne uncontested for the past 520 years. The Tauta Dei have enjoyed legitimate governance under their monarchy for that entire time, and they've not just sworn fealty, they exhibit an almost born allegiance to what it stands for. For a people of this stature, you're looking at something pretty significant.
I had figured we were missing some pertinent detail. A pregnant pause seizes the room. Dr. Collins breaks the silence. You're saying the palace has accrued its own vital force? Another pause. Dr. Balakwa suddenly leaves for his office, marking the end of the meeting.
Since we've all whetted our appetites for conjecture, I think we've got everything we need. I'm confident in your findings, Mr. Midir, and the Prince of the Princess. The good doctor and I shall work to get your analyses condensed, then published in the quarterly. Good chat. So that's that. Thank you.
Not so quick. Balakwa's elucidation has opened a new avenue for exploration.
So...
We shall await the publication, of course.
And then?
One foot in front of the other. End log. That, in hindsight, was a heavily ironic statement coming from someone who floats half of the time. April 29th, 1988. Mere hours after the publication made its debut in Unified Thaumatology Quarterly, we already felt the reverberations of our findings. But it wasn't the wards. Rather, the High King had summoned us to the royal palace. A phalanx of servants appeared at the site, ready to usher me towards an impromptu gathering with the rest of the royal party. I figured it was a routine follow-up to our last meeting. But when I caught up with Midir, he looked painfully stoic. He informed me in sober terms that the king had learned of the publication and, lacking the capability to pull it from the university, declared that he would see us forthwith. It wasn't a meeting. It was a formal rebuke. The royal party were handed punishments for their actions. Dalebaith, seen only as a mere accessory, held the lightest sentence of the three. He was simply sent away from the court, an effective exile for the next few years, but not official. The royal family would not stomach such a disgrace to their own, but he would not be welcome on the island for some time. Medir, on the other hand, was to accept that he would step down. He would no longer preside over the royal court. In the wake of this decision, Dagda, at once his second-in-command, would now take his place. Dagda hung in the back of the room during that entire admonition session. His face was deeply etched in an expression of self-satisfaction, a smug effigy of himself. Morrigan had been stripped of her palatial duties. I saw her face when the judgment came down. I couldn't make out which emotion she masked. Was she distraught or relieved? Whichever it was, the Crown Princess took no stand to the contrary, and she swiftly complied. Not that there was a choice in the matter. Your behavior, the king told them, borders on insolence. You have laid bare the centuries of arcana our ancestors toiled to keep a secret. You did so to justify rampant speculation. In the process, you have put our entire city in jeopardy. Director Walsh was also there. He and I stood shoulder to shoulder. We didn't speak a word to each other. When the king had finished with his reprimands, Walsh whisked me into a private antechamber. He informed me that, effective immediately, my assignment was officially on hold. Instead, I would be placed under a 3-month administrative leave. During that time, I could go home, or I could remain on the island. I've made up my mind. I choose to stay. Right now, it's my calling. May 2nd, 1988. High King Nuada revealed everything to the public this morning. Here's what he released. Forgra notice to the fair folk of High Brazil. Statement on the unlawful disclosure of forbidden materials. Leviathan. Midday Friday, the royal court learned that a quarry of forbidden materials had been leaked at the High Brazil campus of the International Center for the Study of Unified Thaumatology. These materials concern the great wards that regulate luck and unluck throughout High Brazil. Fair people, allow me to come ahead of the rumors. There is no threat to our valiant city nor the isles she rests upon. A group of highly privileged individuals have engaged in unprecedented malfeasance by leaking these materials. They have tried to sow discord among the Tuatha de Danann and her allies. Not only that, they have even sought to interfere with the safe operation of the Great Wards. Let me be clear. The extent of their miscreancy has been discovered. A measure of justice apportionate to their crimes has been brought against them. They pose no more threat now than a pygmy shrew. You may have heard all manner of murmurs in the city, unease in the port, hushed tones in the library. I will assuage your fears. For generations, the Great Wards have been invaluable in preserving an ever-present aura of security in our nation. With the prosperity they have guaranteed, we are as strong as we have ever been. Even if our Great Wards falter, the great people of High Brazil will stand firm. The forefathers look down with pride. If tested, we shall weather any storm. Signed, Nuada Argitlam the 7th. We shall endure. God, I think I'm going to be ill. I am unsure as to when the royals and I will meet again. My fear of reprisal barely skirts the irrational. I'm going to lay low for some time, find lodgings in the city. For now, there's nothing else worth committing to my journal. May 5th, 1988. There's still one thing about all this I've yet to fully grasp. I've had my hand in plenty of diplomatic dealings across my career. Within the milieu of the paranatural community and its various groups of interest, and in the nations where the Foundation is most active, I've dealt with my fair share of powerful figures. And there are the same commonalities in every one of them. You notice a pattern writ large, and it is everywhere. It screams at you. But as it towers so high above you, so out of reach, you cannot possibly face it head on. Even High Brazil hasn't been inoculated against it, I'm afraid. In the midst of these thoughts, I am reminded of Hobbes and his Leviathan, that pre-Enlightenment treatise written at the end of the English Civil War. In an allegorical sense, its core premise involves mankind's once thought escape from an unjust primordial state of nature. Half-consciously, I unravel the premise in negative space. Again and again. I begin thinking of it as a question. Mankind's natural condition. Personally, I consider that a BS notion altogether. But if such a thing were to exist, what could prevent our escape? The answer, a conflict, of all against all, that continually reasserts itself. A conflict driven by passion in its many forms. If this conflict could truly be resolved, Hobbes thought, there is only one way. By the command of a sovereign authority at the head of civil society. It's quite a literal thing. If society is the body, the sovereign is its head. It could move its arms and legs and orient society in whichever direction was necessary to support itself, to keep control. Head, body, appendages. He had a name for it. This is the Leviathan. It wasn't so simple. There was a certain form of passion so destructive it confounded even the sovereign. It could despoil the whole of civil society. Sure, its ruler could maneuver society in the direction necessary to limit harm to itself, but it could never entirely stamp it out. What passion? Vainglory. Vainglorious men, such as without being conscious to themselves of great sufficiency, delight in supposing themselves gallant men, are inclined only to ostentation, but not to attempt, because when danger or difficulty appears, they look for nothing but to have their insufficiency discovered. Vainglorious men, such as estimate their sufficiency by the flattery of other men, or the fortune of some precedent action, without assured ground of hope from the true knowledge of themselves, are inclined to rash engaging, and in the approach of danger or difficulty, to retire if they can, because not seeing the way of safety, they would rather hazard their honor, which may be salved with an excuse, than their lives, for which no salve is sufficient. Hobbes, 1651. Footnote. Thomas Hobbes, 1651, Chapter 11 of The Difference of Manners, Leviathan, page 124, Penguin Books Incorporated. Medeer simply wanted to understand. He wanted to find out what, after all these centuries, resisted the wards of High Brazil. In too many ways, he is the only one with enough courage to confront this knowledge directly, to decide what should be done. And with this courage, he traced that misfortune as far back as inquiry would allow. For a Tuathan wizard, this is remarkably far. The people of High Brazil might not presently be in danger, but for how much longer exactly can they continue to be protected? Months? A year? With every fiber of my body, I know it's wrong to sit idle and let consequences play out. Because if we ignore the wards, if we think we know better, we alone are the arbiters of consequence. Quodes force ferret, come what may. For the people of High Brazil, I wish for nothing but their protection. I have scared myself into thinking there could be anything but. And with this fear comes the doubts. Lots of little doubts. They buzz in and out of my head. They tell me our data is flawed, that it fits a reality only dreamt up. The months we spent studying the wards, a farce. That's not true, I tell myself. Yet, if we are correct, then is the High King wrong? I'm not laying blame at anyone's feet. As the saying goes, a good king will always act in the best interests of his people. And I think King Nuada is a good king, a cosmopolitan man, a sworn leader. Even still, he thinks with the affectations of his ancestors. Speaking through him, they haunt our here and now. When he's under their sway, he can recognize the wards only in sacrificial terms. What it took. They are enough. They have always been enough. I think I finally get it. Misfortune is not our adversary. Not really. Misfortune is not even the adversary that threatens SCP-7010. The adversary of the Kingdom of High Brazil is vainglory. Once it is brought on a head cold, it fouls the body politic, and the Leviathan lurches blindly through uncharted waters. Despite all this, I believe there may be some kind of remedy to vainglorious men. It requires a certain humility, a resolve to create students of the people, and where there's students, they're in want of a teacher. This means we must cultivate knowledge. We must do our duty and reveal the truth to the people of High Brazil. Then we can build new circumstances of fortune on a bed of right thinking. In a way, we have already done this. We publish our discoveries. Having done so, we supplied the Tuatha de Danann with means to convince their king. We planted the seed. May it take hold and germinate. Will it be enough? I fear there's only so much time. June 13th, 1988. Whew, getting to the end. What's happening here? Why is this making noises at me? Why is Zoom giving me alerts? What's happening here?
Oh, I messaged you when I left to go get food.
No worries.
Just letting you know.
All right. June 13, 1988. If I remember, this is an important date in the logs. It came one day at noon. The wind broke suddenly and the world shook. The wind coming in was chilling. Absolutely freezing. You could see the clouds grow darker all of a sudden and fuller to block out the sun. It was obvious something had changed. Something awful. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked out to the ocean horizon. We all knew where it was coming from. It wasn't supposed to storm in High Brazil. A dark shape upon the horizon, slowly and slowly growing larger by the minute. When it reached a certain distance, it raised a part of its head into the air, the 5 eyes glowing in the darkness, bright enough to illuminate the scaly head. At a certain point, it stopped swimming and began to rise, further and further out of the water. 5 arms, 5 tentacles, a beast crossed between dragon and kraken. Form away! Abomination from undersea! Meteor swore next to me. He looked off at the beast, the kraken, with hatred in his eyes, rising from the table we were all sitting at. He turned around to me, looking at Mor, who was already standing from her seat. I found myself standing as well. We have to get back to the palace. This thing is going to... Meteor couldn't finish. The spellfire of the beast, a terrible pale flame, had been lobbied at the palace, a single burst of plasma. Almost as if the beast had known he was saying that. Half the palace was immediately gone, and the rest hit by a shockwave and fire. The beast had turned and spread the flames into the city, erasing whatever it touched. The 2 Tuatha screamed in unison, their cry shattering the cafe we were sitting at and the road around us. They looked in collective horror at the palace, left a smoking ruin. Nobody could have survived that. My hand floated in my gaping mouth. There were no words. Mor looked at Meteor with a glowing light in her eyes. I'm going to the palace. I will save my father. Meteor MacLeod, I command you, save this city and its people, as your queen. She jumped with grace onto the roof of the building next to us and then into the air, flying off to the palace. I never saw her again. Meteor turned to me and sighed. Go. Go to your site. They have bunkers there, installations that can survive this attack. You'll be safe there. I must do my duty and defend this city. With the rest of the royal wizards dead, defense of the city falls to me. With that, he ran off to fight the kraken, spells already crackling in the air around him, lightning launching from his fingertips. I watched him and the kraken as I ran through the streets. He stayed up there in the air, facing it until the coalition arrived. I don't know how much longer he could have held it against it alone, and I don't think he even managed to harm it all that deeply, but he stayed there in the sky, protecting the city. Unlike myself, who retreated into a Foundation bunker, deep below, helping no one. June 22nd, 1988. Billith had returned to the island as soon as the dust had settled. Everyone knew at once what had happened and the title he held, but he refused to accept a coronation until it was confirmed that his uncle and cousin were in fact gone. Their bodies were recovered from the castle ruins 3 days after the attack. For all the power of the wizards of this island, they cannot restore the dead to life. Billith folded after that and admitted it was time to begin preparations for his coronation. What was left of the royal court started working on the process immediately, led by Midir, one of the few survivors. With the palace a smoldering heap of rubble and much of the island destroyed, whether by Kraken or by nuclear bomb used to kill it, there were few places to have the coronation. Delbeth chose to hold the coronation in a theater on the northern shore of the island, away from the destruction caused by the beast in the south. Perhaps, just for the coronation, there would be some modicum of history made, and the people could look past the destruction. The ceremony itself was beautiful. I was given a first-row seat next to Director Walsh. Midir led the proceedings, using the 4 treasures, the Stone of Fal, the Spear of Lugh, the Claime Solus, and the Cauldron of the Dagada, to appoint Delbeth. The ceremony was marked by a distinct air of sadness. It was evident how much smaller it was than it should have been. So much of the population had been lost. The days after that were a whirlwind. The city was a smoking ruin, and the majority of Tuatha felt it could not be rebuilt, a sentiment shared by Midir. 3 days after the coronation, he worked a massive spell, taking thousands of survivors through the mists to another world, one where High Brazil had not fell. As part of the spell, and the urgency with which he was working it, those who took his offer would be cursed to never return to our world. The Foundation immediately began to pull out of Site 3 and leave the island behind. No longer a relevant operations center for them, it seemed. I found myself slowly working my way up to the site bureaucracy, one of the few people who wanted to stay on the island to keep the skeleton site operational. There's one small saving grace to all of this. High King Delbeth II's first act was to formally outlaw the practice of the Luck Wards. For as long as he reigns, High Brazil will not taunt the workings of fate and bring their own doom upon them. If only Nuada had done the same. End of file. Enter level 5 credentials. Welcome, Overseer. 051 is sitting inside a bedroom alone. He is reading the documentation for SCP-7010 when Site Director Collins enters. She sits down around the table across from him. Overseer. Everything appropriate, sir.
There's 051 and 0510. I'll take both of them. It's fine.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Everything appropriate, sir.
Yes. I cannot but notice you attached your own personal diary entries to this file. Not particularly in line with Foundation standards. Perhaps an abuse of your position as director.
Supplementary documentation that I found appropriate. I've read the relevant guidelines, and I have full discretion over supplementary documentation, sir.
So you do. Good eye.
You didn't visit Site 3 just to read a file, did you? That document is digitized. You can access it whenever you want.
No, you're right. I wanted to speak with you about the anomaly. You have the most experience with it, as we'll say. I do have to thank you for attaching your journals to this document. I would have requested them anyway.
What about SCP-7010?
The Foundation is considering reviving it as a means of protection at our most dangerous sites and facilities. Only in limited purposes, I assure you.
Director Collins stiffens.
I take it you don't approve.
These wards, these protections, they didn't just get old and fail because of a lack of maintenance. That was part of it. But they were fundamentally bad ideas. They failed because they were doomed to it.
Those findings weren't backed up at large. Ketterly and Belakwa, who, as I might note, are still alive and have left higher education to join Foundation payroll, don't agree with that assessment. It was only a theory that you, Midhir, and the new king seem to share, which has never been proven.
Because the island burned. How were any of us supposed to do idle academics after all that? Delbeth had to run the country. Midir is gone. Moore is dead.
And yet, we had people look into it, and they found nothing. There does not appear to be a quote-unquote doom requirement. All of our prototypes have run without issue.
There is no telling what danger you have brought to the Foundation.
We know what we're doing. Far better than those idiot leprechauns ever could.
Those elves have known what they were doing for generations. They have lifetimes to master the tasks. They know how to work a spell.
Not enough to figure out a luck ward that didn't kill you.
Director Collins stares at 051, her fist clenched against the table. I'll be going now. Take your time, I'll leave you alone. You have free reign of the site, as you already knew.
Thank you for your time, Kennedy.
Director Collins exits the boardroom. 051 watches her as she leaves, and then retrieves a phone from his pocket. He opens the phone and presses a number on speed dial. 0510 answers from the other line.
Well, she doesn't approve. We could have predicted that, but we'll proceed anyway, yeah? Yes, we will. The benefits of SCP-7010 or 7010 are too great to ignore, and besides, we know what we're doing. Won't be a repeat of High Brazil, I agree. I've had my best spend years working on the principles, refining them. We'll do what Totha never could. Truly take control of luck. As we do with everything, control is our specialty, isn't it? Yes, I suppose it is. We might need to change the C in the initialism. Ha. Ha. So you'll have it working by the time I'm back. They're already online, sir. Had them turned on as soon as you said yes. Shame Kennedy isn't on board. She'll come around, but in the meantime, we'll endure.
051 hangs up and puts the phone back into his pocket. He continues to review the documents for SCP-7010 for a moment, and then rises to exit the boardroom. End story. I cannot explain, or I cannot rationally explain why I feel how I feel about this story.
Right.
But to say that it is the bare skeletal outline of a story I would really, really like, and I still feel like I really, really liked it, despite how it's kind of like short and like the Cliff's Notes of the story of the hubris of these Fey folk. Maybe I'm just a nerd and I like the way they brought the Hobbes quote in to justify it. The follies of vainglorious men.
Right. I mean, I liked it. I felt like it was the ending was a little cliche, not gonna lie. You know, Foundation not reading the writing on the wall and being like, oh yeah, we'll do this better. This is not gonna go wrong. Cool. That's pretty cliche, but at the same time, it's pulled off fine. You know, it's definitely an upvote for me. I like that they announced all the people in the conversation before the conversation started, because that made it really nice to read. But
I do that
yeah.
for SCP readings on the channel. That way, because you can't see their names in the log, so I'll say, voices recorded, and I'll list everyone who's going to be talking.
That's smart. That's smart. Yeah.
That's a good strategy. I like it for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not too familiar with War on All Fronts. I've seen a couple of them. There was one in earlier that we read that was like the Gundam Kaiju
the Pacific
story.
Rim one, yeah.
Yeah, that one kind of came off. I think it was War on All Fronts, I think, or like tangent from them. I remember it mentioning it at least.
I believe that to be the case, or at least it mentioned High Brazil.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's an upvote for me. Well written.
Yeah,
I like
Flops,
the,
good story, and also Stormbreath. Good work, y'all.
Yes.
Hey,
Good
props
job,
to
everyone.
History's in the chat. Good evening to you, my friend.
Ah, hello. It's nice to see you. Thank you for joining
Remember,
us.
everybody, the reason we do this stream, we are doing this for two purposes today. Purpose one is the "a tree tried to kill me and it missed" fund. That giant hole in the ceiling needs to be insulated for the winter, and what better insulation than very closely packed dollar bills.
Yes. And we need dollar bills to buy the duct tape that we're fixing the wall itself with. Installations and, you know, we have that figured out, but we do need duct tape. Lots of duct tape.
Every tree in the tri-state area will be cut down and assembled into dollar bills to help this process.
Which tri-state are you referring to? It's very important.
The Doofenshmirtzian tri-state area.
Perfect.
On that note, if you want to help with making good art, especially with the Fey folk. Oh, we got some donos during this stream so far. Very nice.
Perfect.
We are helping our good friends at the Find Us Alive podcast Radiger et al. To form a new Fey-folk-centric post-apocalyptic podcast audio drama. And so make sure to help out with that. They got a week left in that Kickstarter, and they are just over 2/3, so we want to see it happen. Let's make good old SCP community stuff work.
Absolutely. Trying to see where the most recent, here we go, most recent donations are. Updates. No.
I don't know if Kickstarter lets you see
I don't think it does. Unfortunate.
Yeah. But shout out to you if it was you.
Yes. We appreciate you. SCP community projects need your help.
Shadow the Bowser King. Behold, the tree cut downinator. See, the tree cut downinator is very expensive.
It is. It is.
But a worthy investment.
Yeah. It is not environmentally friendly. For more than one reason.
That is definitely counter the point of the tree cut downinator.
Yes.
We are environmentally vicious.
Absolutely. And
next up on our list, SCP-3930.
3930. Pulling that up now.
Did I say 3930? I meant 7390.
I was going to say that's not correct, but
not at all.
7390.
I had pattern screamers in my head for a moment there.
Oh, this is Grimsley Trudge by Jack Ike, I believe.
The title
not
is
Jack
Grimsley
Ike, Jack
Chuds?
Waltz, rather.
Grimsley
One of the
Sludge?
Jacks. One of the Jacks. Jack Waltz. Jack Ike? Jack Ike. Oh, okay. It's Jack Ike. Okay. Jack Waltz's is coming up.
All right. That is a very, very black not picture. But it starts with the word darkness.
There are 9 offsets to this, by the way.
Oh,
and
we have heads or tails again.
It's a coin flip system. Yep. So I'm assuming we won't have to read all of them, but we're gonna do what we did last time, and I'll do a reading of it, and then you'll do a reading of it with the opposite results, or you're gonna do your own flips.
That sounds like a great idea. We'll do 2 with the random chance, and we'll see what happens.
Great. This one has a very narrative construction so far.
Indeed, I see the pros. I'm going to disappear for a second to the restroom. I'll catch up.
Perfectly fine. All right. So this is SCP-7390. Darkness near total. Lights out, curtains drawn, faintly illuminated from outside. Tranquil, not silent, muffled. Distant sounds of a pre-drawn city, the quiet hum of a ceiling fan, the steady, fainting breathing of sleep. Bzzzt. Of course, this is all ruined when the lone occupant's phone rings, its screen shining like a floodlight, rattling loudly on the nightstand as it vibrates, blasting out an unwelcome artificial ringtone. Grimsley growls, pulled unwillingly from euphoric sleep back into his tired body. The memory of his dreams evaporates, replaced by numerous complaints and vulgarities directed at the unthinking, uncaring phone. He reaches for the nightstand, his hand searching the surface for the phone. A small coin falls to the floor before he finds it. Yes, he growls, answering the call. I'm sorry to wake you, Mr. Trudge, his assistant says, but we have a case. Where? Death Valley. The details are in your inbox. Grimsley sighs, rubbing his eyes with his spare hand. Death Valley is at least 2 hours away. Fine, thank you. He ends the call, tossing the phone back onto the nightstand. For a few moments, he stays in bed, simply staring up into the pervading darkness, his mind locked in a battle, simultaneously trying to organize itself for the day ahead and return to sleep. The comfort of the mattress, bed sheets, and pillows encourages the latter to win, so Grimsley uses what little motivation he can muster to toss the sheets aside, sitting up and turning on his bedside lamp. The room is mostly taken up by Grimsley's queen-sized bed. A television is mounted onto one wall, situated so it can be watched while reclining. Beneath it is a set of double drawers, a small stereo system, and an unused, scented wax warmer. A single, large window, hidden behind the curtains, dominates one wall. The opposite is adorned with an oil painting of several dogs playing poker, fake, with the bedroom door to one side. Grimsley stares blankly ahead for a moment, then vigorously rubs his face with both hands. He picks up his phone, briefly noting the time, 4:10 in the morning, then unlocks it, navigating to his emails. A slew of unread messages greets him, the topmost of which is dated to only 5 minutes prior, which he opens. His eyes glaze over the regurgitated spiel, quote, "It's been an oopsie, fix it," going straight for the GPS coordinates of the accident, which he pastes into his navigation app. It's 3 hours away, in the center of a desert, one of the hottest deserts in the world, in the middle of summer. Grimsley sighs. "Just my luck," he mutters. Luck. The word stirs a memory. His eyes shoot to the nightstand, Baron accepting the lamp. Grimsley put his phone down, his eyes scanning the blue-carpeted floor for a minute before getting down and reaching under the bed. It's a tight fit, but after a moment of searching, his fingers find a metallic surface, dragging it out into the light. The coin is old, older than Grimsley by 2 decades, and it shows clear signs of its age. But over the past 4 decades since he found it, Grimsley has become adept at caring for it, preserving the remaining vestige of silver it retains from its minting in 1959. He still remembers that discovery too. 7-year-old Grimsley was given a handful of coins by his mother so he could buy a pair of Coca-Cola from a vending machine. In went the coins, out came the coin, rejected. At a glance, it had looked like an ordinary quarter, silver color, about the right size, with an eagle dominating one face. But after 2 more rejections, a closer inspection revealed the animal was strange, smaller, less realistic, and the writing encircling it was gibberish, except for a misspelled Republic. The opposite face was completely wrong. Gone was the profile of George Washington, replaced by a simple 1 between 2 leaves, the year 1959 below, and something about someone named Mark in between. Grimsley had no explanation for the coin's strange appearance, and neither did his mother. It captivated him. The mystery fueled his childhood imagination, and within an hour he was convinced it was one-of-a-kind treasure from another world. In later years, he learned it was actually just a common single Deutschmark that had found its way to America from West Germany. But by then, he was attached to his lucky coin and kept it nonetheless. Grimsley turns the coin over in his hand, admiring the German eagle adorning its back. Had it come from Eastern Germany, there would be a hammer and a protractor instead. 12 years older, the eagle held a swastika. Grimsley's mother would have recognized either. Even she could have recognized communist and Nazi symbolism, and immediately confiscated it, throwing it away and completely changing the course of her child's life. Without the luck it seemed to bring, he never would have paid any interest in probability and statistics, never would have found his way into insurance, never proceeded into investigative services, starting his own company, never noticed the abnormal trends spreading across countless insurance agencies, but always related to the same vague businesses. He never would have dug in to find the truth, never would have found the foundation, never given the choice. Amnestics, to forget the truth, have trails explained by some normal means and buried, leaving Grimsley to continue on with his normal, comfortable, profitable life, or to accept a new job, doing the same work for different reasons, giving greater pay to make up for the business he would inevitably have to sell, but to delve into another world, look for improbabilities hidden within impossibilities, blending in like a foreign coin among a pile of quarters. Indifferent to the options, Grimsley had thought it fitting for the coin, his gateway between 2 worlds, to choose which way to go. Now, at the age of 40, wishing he'd drunk less cola to keep more teeth, he is one of the assistant directors of the Department of Logistics, overseeing the investigations division, responsible for finding out the cause of every accident and disaster related to transportation, and duty-bound to ensure they never recur. Sometimes, even with his best efforts, they do nonetheless. Grimsley closes his hand around the coin, picking up his phone with the other and looking at the route once again. Estimated time of arrival, 20 past 7. Then a solid 12-hour workday with only 5 hours of sleep behind it. All for something they didn't even need Grimsley in person. A name on the map catches his eye. He zooms out, spotting a small town in northeast of his destination, Beatty. George should be in Beatty still, he thinks, idly rolling the coin across his fingers. That's only half an hour away. He could do the preliminary work, and I can catch up later. It takes a few moments for Grimsley to find George's phone number, but he stops, hovering above the dial button. He needs a break, though. He's been working overtime for the past week trying to finish that Walker case. Has he finished it yet? It could be dropping another case on him before he's even finished the last. A pause. It wouldn't be asking him to do the whole thing, though. Just fill the gap until I get there. I could sweeten it with a 2.5 pay, but still, I'd be getting him up now. He might need the rest more than I do. Or he might not. He needed a tiebreaker. With the quick flick of his hand, practiced over several decades, the coin sat atop his curled finger, his thumb primed beneath it, ready to launch the coin into the air. Heads, said George. I send George. He said. Tails, I go myself. The coin rapidly spins and shoots straight up into the air, barely missing the ceiling before it comes back down. Grimsley grabs it with the same hand, slapping it down the back of his other hand, then slowly removing his hand. Heads or tails? All right, coin flip. There we go. Do the Google one. Flipping. Heads. Okay.
Heads.
Heads it is. Revealing the number 1. Heads. Grimsley grins. My lucky day. He dials George. Hello? Hello, George. It's Director Trudge. A sigh. Work? I'm afraid so. There's been an incident in Death Valley that I need you to look into. I forward you the details. Sir, I only just finished. I know, and I'm sweetening this with pay and a half. But you're the closest to the site. I just need you to oversee it. Make sure everything's recorded before it gets moved to storage. Not the whole case, just the start. A deeper, exasperated sigh. All right. The call ends. Grimsley feels a twinge of regret, but it's too late to go back now. Ringing again and canceling the assignment would only make George angry by being needlessly awoken. An email arrives confirming George has received the forwarded information. Grimsley returns the phone and coin to nightstand, turns off the lamp, and goes back to sleep. Bzzzt. For 40 minutes. Bzzzt. Grimsley growls, grabbing the phone again. Yes? Grimsley. He pales, sitting bolt upright in his bed. Director, get to work. Now. The call ends. Grimsley launches himself out of bed, blindly racing for the light switch, mumbling about the coin lying to him. In 2 minutes, he's haphazardly dressed, coin in an acrylic case attached to a lanyard around his neck. He sprints out of his apartment, grabbing his car keys and locking the front door behind him. He's out of town within minutes, encountering the tail end of the traffic jam moments before he turns into a highway. Had he left any earlier, he would have been stuck in the thick of it. 3 hours and 2 McMuffins later, Grimsley parks his Ford Everest in a makeshift parking area beside a collection of portable gazebos. He's embarrassingly late to the party. His own investigations division is already firmly set up, agents buzzing between the shelters while some stand in the edge of the hill's crest, looking down at the stony slope beyond. The moment Grimsley opens the car door, a cool interior atmosphere immediately evaporates. Fierce sunlight blasts down from above, filling the vehicle with scorching air. Grimsley sprints to the nearest gazebo, signing into a logbook and pointlessly flashing his ID for confirmation, then grabbing a water bottle and going to the crest to see the accident itself. Beyond is a narrow valley, not the titular Death Valley, but a reasonably sized sibling of it that stretches from north to south, Grimsley's left and right, respectively. The opposite face is scarred by gashes and scorches that lead down to the main event, the ruins of a Boeing 737-400 broken into several pieces, all of which had tumbled down into the valley. You are late, Lance, Grimsley says, turning to his speaker. You could have called me. The director didn't need to be involved. Lance simply stares back with his usual expressionless gaze. Lance Scrimshaw, like Grimley, is one of the several assistant directors for the Department of Logistics. He, too, has his own iconic totem. Whereas Grimsley always keeps the coin on him, Lance is never seen without his full-bent tobacco pipe, which he now takes a puff from, blowing the smoke, or whatever it is, despite the obvious contradiction. Lance always says he doesn't smoke, out the corner of his mouth. Beyond these, the two are an antitheses. Though equally ranked, Grimsley is the least of the assistant directors, scarcely spoken to outside of the work necessities, and often left in the dark even then. A small comfort to Grimsley, as his obliviousness to logistics workings minimizes the likelihood of being targeted. Lance, on the other hand, is the bullseye. He is the true assistant director of logistics, organizing and overseeing generally everything throughout logistics' global operation, acting as the stand-in whenever the director is unavailable, a frequent occurrence, leading to an erroneous belief among new initiates that Lance himself is the director. So, what's the rush? Why'd you have to wake me up at 4 a.m? The blackout window is 6 hours. Grimsley nods his head. Tight, but manageable. We can probably get this moved. Not moved, destroyed. The whole incident must be resolved by the time the blackout lifts. Grimsley's eyes widen. You can't be serious. Lance stares back with an indifferent gaze. You're giving me 6 hours to open and close an investigation. No. 6 hours from the time of the incident, which occurred 4 hours ago. Grimsley's expression becomes neutral. 2 hours. Lance nods. You realize it will take that long just for the removal team to get here. They are already here. On the opposite side of the valley, I have ordered them to begin in 15 minutes. Grimsley blinks. You want me to figure out what caused this in under 2 hours while everything is being removed? Yes. No, this is moronic. I'm not some miracle worker. I can't just magically explain everything in a moment's notice. 2 hours is not enough time. The blackout will end in 2 hours, Lance says. The outcome of your investigation and its quality is irrelevant. This area must be cleared of all debris and activity within 2 hours. That is not negotiable, understand? If you don't care about the findings, why'd you call us here at all? An investigation must be conducted. Grimsley throws his arms up, almost knocking the pipe from Lance's mouth. He turns and faces the wreckage. Can you at least tell me why? No. Fine, Grimsley says, scowling. But if this happens again, if this ends up being important somehow, it's on your head because the report is going to be rubbish. Lance nods, gesturing towards the gazebos. Grimsley walks a few meters towards the encampment, then stops, turns back. Lance is following him. I will be overseeing your investigation, Lance says, taking a puff of his pipe. Why? No reply. After a few moments, Grimsley rolls his eyes and continues. What do we have? He says, approaching several agents writing out on and examining a group of whiteboards. A lot of tired people who would rather be in bed, one agent quips. You can add me to the list. I don't know how Talaran manages it, but seriously, what do we know? Not much, George. Not much. George, the man Grimsley had called earlier, says, stepping out from behind a whiteboard. Plane was FM 2439 en route to Las Vegas. Mayday received at 0348. Contact lost seconds after. The port engine appears to have exploded. Tail broke off and landed in a valley north of here. Grimsley turns to the valley. It was traveling east. It should have been, but it looks like the pilots, no survivors, turned south after the contact was lost. Cause of death? The usual. A second agent chimes in. External examination, blunt trauma to head, chest, neck. You get the drill. Bodies are on their way to Area 137 for autopsy. Grimsley turns to Lance. Bodies too? Lance nods. Grimsley scowls. Tell them to start the moment those bodies get there, Grimsley says, turning back to the agent. I don't care what they're busy with. This comes first, and we're not waiting for a report either. Get them on the phone, and they tell us what they find as they find it. If they argue, they answer to me. Flight data? George shakes his head. Haven't found them yet. Double the search efforts if you can. If we're going to find those boxes in time, we'll lose them. If we don't find those boxes in time, we'll lose them. In time? Grimsley gestures to Lance with his thumb. Upper management says all this has to be slag metal in the next 2 hours. 2 hours? But that's... I've already had the argument. I've already lost. The cleanup starts in 15 minutes. Just go with it. What about cargo? Anything missing? Anomalous? George frowns. Manifest says it was over a half-empty mail run with some tactical Theo supplies shoved in. Most of it's burnt to ashes and spread all over the place. No listed anomalies. Grimsley turns to Lance. Unlisted, he says quietly. Lance silently stares back. I'm not in a waiting mood. Were there any unlisted anomalies? Lance takes a long huff from his pipe. Any anomalies present in the wreck must have manifested during the flight. Grimsley shakes his head. He recognizes the non-answer. The two stare at each other. Grimsley's stare, trying to ply a direct answer from Lance's indifferent visage. Sir, George says, we only have 15 minutes. We should get working. A few moments more pass before Grimsley breaks off from the competition. His eyes skim over the information displayed around him. Documents weighed down on desks attached to whiteboards, scribblings, trying to absorb it faster than he could. 4 hours to catch up on, 15 minutes to catch up with. 15 minutes. 12 now. So we start losing evidence. We should focus on getting down there, making sure that we haven't missed anything before it's gone for good. His eyes wandered to Lance's distracted expression. But there's a good chance there's something down there. Lance doesn't tag along for the fun of it. He's there for a reason. And he sounded an awful lot like his usual non-answers. If you find anything, we didn't put it there. He didn't even say it was safe, just denying responsibility. His eyes returned to the map of the area, pinned to a whiteboard. The answer is down there, and if we've missed it... Sir, George says. A moment's silence. Then Grimsley grabs the acrylic case hanging from his lanyard, opening it and pulling out the coin. Heads, we go down again, myself included, make sure we've got everything. Tails, we stay up here, play it safe, and work on what we have. He flips the coin, catches it midair, and it slaps on his hand. Flipping the coin again.
Flippity flip.
Tails, okay. Offset 4. All right. Tails. Pull everyone away from the wreckage, Grimsley says, pulling the coin away. Divert them into the black box search. Nobody enters that valley without my approval. Sir, we've been going through the remains for the past 4 hours, George says. We haven't found any evidence of anomalous activity. Grimsley locks eyes with Lance. He has a single eyebrow raised. Then we should have everything we need already. The ensuing hour is far from fruitful. Deprived of a full night's sleep and withering beneath the unyielding sun, the attending members of Grimsley's investigation team are lethargic, dull, and miserable. The looming deadline weighs down on both hope and interest, the agents recognizing the impossible task and silently resigning themselves to inevitable failure. Grimsley does his best to lead by example, relentlessly scouring the amassed photographs and documents to awaken some internal resolve, or at least inspire it in others. His efforts are entirely fruitless, encouraging an odd few to renew their focus. But every time one of them is sent off for treatment, heat stroke, scorpion stings, snake bites, or a section of the plane is removed, that drive is stifled again. As for a few new discoveries, few are made. The additional hour atop the preceding 4 of analysis changes little. There is at least the observation that the pilots had tried to put out the engine fire, but more concerning is the damage to the fuselage. A section of 3 entire meters is missing, reduced to shrapnel, with the 3 jagged metal ends scorched black. 2 explosions, Grimsley says, rubbing his face in frustration. One at the port side engine, one other near the tail, also port side. Connected, the engine came first, but they wouldn't have bothered with the suppressant once the tail came off. Could it have caused a second explosion? Burning fragments ignited something? George shakes his head. It was too far back. There shouldn't have been anything explosive there, unless the fuel tank was ruptured and leaking. Grimsley bobbles his head. Probably not. They should have noticed the fuel level dropping, and even if they hadn't, it wouldn't pack enough of a punch. But it definitely happened below the floor, away from the way that metal is bent. The 2 of them returned to silence, staring at the documents stuck to the whiteboard before them. Schematics for a Boeing 737-400, the model of passenger plane FM 2439 belongs to. The Foundation had purchased it from a liquidating airline company, hollowing it out for cargo use. Trucks, trains, and boats preferred, having larger capacities and lower maintenance costs, but whenever time is of the essence, air transport is the go-to. It could be some new wiring or parts. A bad cable could have kicked some sort of chemical reaction between the plastic and the metal, I guess. Better than nothing. Follow it. Lydia, get a hold of the service records. Pull up everything that was changed in these 2 spots since forever. Lydia nods, turning to look at a spare laptop. Honestly, though, sir, the last time I saw something like this, it ended up being... I know, Grimsley sighs. A bomb, which would mean it's intentional. I'm just hoping it isn't. 50 minutes is a scrape to find out who did it. Assuming we even can still. A pause. The distant sound of a running engine. A portable crane lifting parts of the wreckage out of the valley for removal and destruction. Lance is over with the removalist, directing them. He lost interest in Grimsley the moment he'd abandoned the wreck. Keeping an eye out for something, Grimsley thinks, waiting for it to be uncovered. Director Lance will extend the deadline, surely, George says. Grimsley shrugs. Probably not, but we can at least see what excuse he comes up with. Go fetch him. Don't say why, just say that it's important. You don't seem to trust him much. I don't. Not at all. He gives me orders. I give him reports, and everything else is just doublespeak and redaction to keep up appearance. Now, enough of that. We're burning time. George nods, turns, and then sets off for the other side of the valley. Grimsley returns his focus to the photographs and documents. I'll bet Lance knows what happened, and he wants to bury it. Getting rid of the wreckage deals with the evidence. The bomb had to be under the floor, inside the fuselage, and the only way it could get there is maintenance. Has Lydia... Got something, Lydia says. Perfect timing. What? She turns the laptop towards Grimsley. A crew of 7 were doing maintenance behind the fuel tank just a few hours before the flight. Grimsley grins. What maintenance? It just says a routine inspection. Find the list of everyone on that crew and detain them all for questioning. Lydia raises an eyebrow. Detain? Something has changed there. One of them did it, or saw who did. I don't care where they are or what they're doing. Send our guys to grab them and grill them until they tell us what they were really doing. Could have been an accident still. Accidentally knocked something loose or what have you. But that engine fire, that's still unanswered. Was it a trigger? How? If they had a damn flight data. The following portion is stricken. It says, found the flight recorders. A nearby agent shouts, holding a phone to one ear. Perfect timing. Thus ends the stricken portion. Grimsley says, pausing for a moment, deja vu. Bring them here ASAP and be ready to dump their contents immediately. Now it's just a matter of convincing. You wanted to speak to me? Grimsley turns to Lance. Perfect timing. His brow furrows. He takes a moment to glance between Lydia, the agent on the phone, and Lance. Something the matter, sir? George says, arriving behind Lance. Nothing, Grimsley says. It's just convenient timing. Yes, I wanted to speak to you about extending the blackout. No. You haven't given me a chance to say what I found. Explain, Lance says, taking a puff from his pipe. Well, we know there were 2 explosions. I'm aware of this. A pause. Grimsley scowls. Then why aren't you giving us more time? Things don't explode for no reason. Lance takes a long drag. SCP-6056. What? A series of explosions that occurred throughout Site-43 without cause. There is precedent. Grimsley looks to George. Pull that one up and see if there's similarities. George nods, going straight for an available laptop. You don't seriously expect me to just wave this way as bad luck, do you? Grimsley says to Lance. That blast is too big for to be an accident. It was brought down either by someone or something that we put all in our 400s. It will happen again. Lance stares at Grimsley for a few moments. You believe this was an intentional attack? I can't be sure, but yes, there's a good chance it was, which is why we need more time so we can figure out if or who and how. Lance turns away, taking several long extended puffs from his pipe. Grimsley checks the time on a nearby laptop. No. No? The blackout? Are you kidding? Grimsley hisses, clenching his fist. Do you think this is a joke? You wake us up at 4 in the damn morning, you take us to work at an impossible deadline, admitting you don't actually care what we find, and now when I'm saying that we've actually found something, you're just ignoring us? A few moments pause. It's your turn to explain, Lance. We are at a sensitive juncture, Lance says, taking a puff from his pipe. There are operations in motion that must succeed and factions that will benefit if they fail. The time constraint is necessary because of this. If this area is not sanitized, but once blackout is lifted, then any discoveries you make, regardless of their benefit, will be rendered totally redundant. Of your division, you are the most likely to determine the cause of events within these constraints. That is why you are here. And what happens if I don't figure it out in time? Then we hope that it was a random, isolated event, and if it recurs, you must do better the next investigation. The vehicle pulls up near the base camp. The occupants jumping out, carrying a pair of bright orange objects. Struggling to come up with an adequate insult, Grimsley simply turns away to join the agents, with Lance falling behind. Get these open now, he says. We need everything on them. We'll do, one of the agents says, but Grimsley exhales loudly, pinching the bridge of his nose. What? Some of the gear has just stopped working. You can only dump these one at a time. Start with the flight data then. Agent nods, getting to work. Grimsley turns away, shaking his head. Just stopped working. Right. I'll bet another one mysteriously dies before we get into it. What the hell is Lance even playing at? He's acting like some fairy tale villain, just being an arse for the sake of it. Even he isn't usually this obvious. With a bit of luck, the flight data might give me an answer, but if it doesn't... He turns back, looking between the orange devices, and he begins doubting his decision. What if the pilots knew something? He pauses. Lance is looking for something on the plane. Surely the pilots would have known about it. Maybe they said something that can give me a lead. Grimsley tosses up between the options, unable to decide which to pursue. Go for the recorder most likely to say how the plane went down, or risk it in one that might tell him why. After a few moments, he pulls out the coin. Heads, cockpit recording, tails, flight data. He flips. Okay, flipping again. Heads.
Heads.
All right. And heads. All right. Offset 7. And we get heads. Wait, Grimsley says. He stares at his lucky coin. Experience says flight data will be the most illuminating, but experience also says the coin points in the best direction. Sir? Do the cockpit recording instead. The coin says swap. What am I going to do? Flip again to decide if I listen? Besides, Lance looks comfortable, so there probably isn't anything in the data. We would have stepped in if there was, or something. Excuse me. The agent odds, mildly displeased, and then sets the half-unscrewed black box aside to work on the other. It'll take a few minutes. George turns to Grimsley from his laptop. 6065 was shockwaves, not explosions, and it wasn't entirely random. There's evidence it was an accident caused by someone, but we don't really know who or how they did it. Grimsley casts a sidelong glare at Lance, who simply takes a puff from his pipe. Maybe that's something. An accident he's trying to cover up? It doesn't look like an accident at all. For a few moments, Grimsley idly juggles the coin in one hand, surveying the dwindling activity around him. Has anyone heard anything about those bodies yet? No replies. Someone give me the number for 137. I'll find out. George, you help Lydia with those phone calls. George nods, giving the number to Grimsley as he puts the coin back in its case, pulls out his phone, and idly walks over to the edge of the valley. The wreckage is almost completely gone. 40 minutes or so, and all that remains is 2 broken sections of the fuselage. The rearmost 2, the wings and the cockpit, are long gone, and the tail section has probably already been dealt with. The call connects. Grimsley goes through the usual motions, ensuring the line is secure, identifying himself, then asking for area's morgue. He watches as the cleanup crew attach one of the remaining segments to a crane, preparing to remove it. Morgue. This is Assistant Director Grimsley Trudge, Investigations. A pair of bodies were sent to you over an hour, and I wanted an update. Have the bodies arrived? A sigh. Where are they coming from? Death Valley crash site. 2 bodies. Yeah, I heard you the first time. Just give me a damn minute. Grimsley blinks. Excuse me. A pause. Sorry, sir. We've been getting flooded at the moment. It's kind of hard keeping track of everything. What happened? Flooded. Literally flooded. I'm currently wading through waist-high water that's contaminated with defrosting corpse juices to get your answer for you. Grimsley grimaces. Guess I'm not the only one having a rotten day. Doesn't sound fun. Could be worse. There's a floor below that we need bodies from. So, 2 pilots. FM 2439. That's the ones. Arrived, autopsied, shelved, must have forgotten to report it. Nothing much to note. Broken clavicles, scapula. Just a synopsis, please. The crash killed them. Broken faces, crushed chest, that sort of thing. Traces of blood belonging to a 3rd individual, though. Grimsley's brow furrows. Belonging to who? No idea. Can't get any more samples now, though, since they're both below the waterline. Right. Thanks anyway. Grimsley sighs, hanging up and pinching the bridge of his nose, lingering for a few moments before returning to the concentration of activity. The cockpit recording black box is open, the agent removing the chips from it and plugging them into a computer. Lydia is busy talking on her phone. She shakes her head when Grimsley glances at her, and George is following suit, although he ends his call after a few seconds. Anything? He says. How many people were aboard that plane? Grimsley says. Just the 2 pilots. Why? Did anyone get hurt down the wreck? Cut a hand or something? George glances at the other agents around. They all shake their hands or shrug. There was blood from a 3rd person. Any ideas? Everyone looks to each other, confused, except Lance, who raises an eyebrow. From who? He says. The way of knowing, the morgue is flooded. Why? Who do you think it could be? No response. Lance turns around and steps away, pulling out his mobile phone and dialing someone. Grimsley's brow furrows. Then his eyes widen. A 3rd person in the cockpit should show up in... Got it. The agent working on the recording says, full 2 hours. Skip to the last 15 minutes, Grimsley said, taking a seat beside him and putting on a pair of headphones. A garbled, unintelligible mess of rapid speech plays through the headphones as the agent skips through the majority of the 2-hour recording. I'm telling you, take her out. I know this is great. Oh yeah, like I'm going to take your advice on double speed, Grimsley says. The pilot's conversation flies by, intermittently peppered with flight adjustments that Grimsley repeats for everyone to hear. George taking the initiative to transcribe. The topic shifts continually. Advice on restaurants around Los Angeles, where to buy shoes, upcoming movies to see, then a rant about the Marvel franchise. Do you hear that's what is where... Stop, Grimsley says. Normal speed. Go back a minute. The agent nods. 2 minutes to impact. Being you, Secret Wars is going to suck. There's no way they can wrap up Phase 6 without doing some stupid multiverse reset like they keep doing in comics. Then they'll just start this all over again. A dull, faint noise occupies the silence between speech. Fantastic Four was pretty good. Fantastic Four had a low bar. Sure, they kept that guy from The Office, but the Thing was a terrible actor. An extended silence. Grimsley's brow furrows as he focuses on the sound, slowly growing in volume. Do you hear that? There's a noise, Grimsley said, like a metallic scraping or wheezing, shuddered like it's coming through a fan. Where's that coming from? The sound continues to grow in volume. Someone else catches Grimsley's attention. He presses the earphones against his ears, straining to hear. Seeing altitude to a faint, dull thud. What the hell was that? Carol engine is another thud, another. Then a distinctly louder thud, an explosion. A swath of alarms go off, joined by the sound of the aircraft shuddering through turbulence. Several more faint explosions join it. Bank right, Mayday, Mayday. This is Foxtrot Mike 2439. We are... Grimsley winces at the volume of the next explosion. It's the largest or closest of them all. We're hit. Get the deafening sound of tearing metal and then sudden total silence. Grimsley takes the headphones off, dropping them to his desk. He leans back in his seat, covering his mouth with one hand, staring blankly ahead. Sir, George says. A pause. Lance finishes his phone call, returning to the group. He notices everyone staring at Grimsley and follows suit. Shot down, Grimsley says, turning to stare at Lance. The plane was shot down. Explain, Lance says, brow furrowing. Several explosions. Sounds like that one hit the engine, another the body, but the pilots saw them, banked south to avoid them, and specifically said they'd been hit. What about that wheezing noise? What was that? George says. Lance raises an eyebrow. Metallic, stuttered wheezing, Grimsley explains. I have no idea, but there were voices too, fainter than it was. 2 extra people, I couldn't hear that much, but one of them mentioned a, quote, carol engine. Lance's eyes widen. He sternly marches across the gazebo, straight for the computer, ripping the recorder's cards out of it and shoving them in his pocket. This investigation is concluded. Now hold on, Grimsley says, jumping to his feet. This is my investigation. I'll decide when. You were required to determine the cause of this incident. You have now done so. Surrender all evidence, clear the area, submit a non-copied report direct to me, and the matter is concluded. We don't even know. I will direct further investigation into this. This is not a conclusion of the matter, only your involvement. I will take action to ensure this does not recur. A pause. Lance takes a puff from his pipe, meeting Grimsley's glare with an indifferent stare. You can't just work us half to death, then. You and your staff may keep the remainder of the day to yourselves, Lance says. In addition to tomorrow, clear the area and submit the report. Grimsley shakes his head, then throws his hand up in the air. Do as he says. Lance nods, returning and stepping over the valley's edge, whistling to get his workers' attention. That's it, George says as everyone around sets about their tasks. That's it. Won't he just hide this? The important bits, definitely. The director might get the truth, but none of you ever will. And you try poking around, you'll just wake up tomorrow with no memory of this, wondering why Lance demoted you. We've all done what we can. We must just accept it and move on. George nods, frowning. He turns to pack up the laptop he'd been working on. Leave that. I've got to do the report. And hey, Vegas is just around the corner. You could do with a proper break after all this. That cheers him up. He heads off, Grimsley taking his seat at the laptop. He logs out of George's account, making a mental note to remind him about it, and into his own, opening the program he uses to write his report. He glances at the valley's edge, just in time for Lance's head to disappear below it. He opens a search engine for the Foundation's database. Carol engine. No results. Carol engine. With an additional L. Result, SCP-7390. Grimsley closes the search engine, opening the main catalog. He types in number 7390, then opens the file. Confidential. Security clearance level 5. Department of Logistics. Assistant Director Lance Scrimshaw. We've got a portal, extra-dimensional, and electronic affecting cards. Type E. Condition state D4. VDIST 5. 7390. Image redacted. Special containment procedures. SCP-7390 is currently redacted. The Department of Logistics is redacted. SCP-7390 must redacted by unauthorized members of Distributed Task Force Epsilon 7, sign here please, and Division 6, quote, Guns N' Roses. Redacted. SCP-7390 is to be terminated. Security protocols for redacted must be strictly enforced. As a result, the unredacted version of this file is restricted to level 5/logistics, with all potentially sensitive documentation redacted at general level 5 distances and below. Description: SCP-7390 is the Carol engine, a redacted produced by Project redacted semi-autonomous defense system. The design, technology, and functions of SCP-7390 derive from redacted, significantly more robust redacted, which appears to incorporate redacted from an SCP redacted throughout it. Further information regarding redacted is available in the documentation of the project. Redacted SCP-7390 includes a redacted, etc. Redacted randomly selected aircraft resulting in redacted occupying the redacted as such as projectile fire, weather hazards, or anomalous influence will instead redacted. This enables the SCP-7390 redacted at the expense of redacted aircraft and consequent redacted. As a result, SCP-7390 is intended for use only as a last resort. For the duration of redacted, all individuals and recording devices within and around redacted hear a stuttered metallic scraping or wheezing noise. Redacted. Perceived in SCP-7390. The cause is unknown. Due to redacted, SCP-7390 is theorized to be directly responsible for an unknown number of historically redacted significant aircraft losses, potentially including the disappearance of redacted, suspected translocation due to anomalous influence, redacted, the year 2020. Redacted, a civilian aircraft had disappeared while en route from redacted to redacted. At years, civilian, okay, suspected artillery fire, redacted 2023. And redacted a series of redacteds, Bermuda Triangle, suspected systems interference caused by SCP redacted, year 2024. Aegis ending. There's 4 endings. I got the Aegis ending. Interesting.
Jack Ike in the chat figures this is the ending you get on the first go.
Yeah, it's a little redacted, I see.
Just a slight weather report of redacted.
Is this 579? One is the description is redacted completely. Fun. I liked it. I really like the choose your own adventure thing, and I think that works really well with the coin flip mechanic. Mm-hmm. And I do like how it seems like the choices are significantly different, and I wonder how these outcomes will change. You want to give it a go?
Yeah, let's take one more swing.
All right.
From the top. So we've already read page 1.
Correct.
Which brings us to our first coin flip. So this ends at deciding if we're going to send George ahead,
right?
Or if we're going to go ourselves.
Yeah, I got heads. But you want to do another flip to see what you get?
Yeah, I want to keep it lucky, so we'll see what we get.
Sure.
Thankfully, I got tails, so we get to see something new. To reveal the eagle, tails. Grimsley sighs. Fine. He puts the coin back onto the bedside table, tails up, then sits on the edge of his bed, staring blankly at the lamp. After a few moments, he rubs his face furiously, staving off the still encroaching desire to sleep, and stands up. Come on. Gotta go. Come on. Get moving. His apartment is small, consisting only of 3 rooms. The main living area, a living room and a kitchen, divided only by a bench, his bedroom, and the bathroom beside. A hot shower helps him to wake up. The sound of the water echoes through the home, interrupted by and disturbing no one. For Grimsley lives alone. He has been considering getting a cat, but has yet to act on the idea. Once in his uniform, he fishes an acrylic case from his bedside table, puts the coin in, and dons the attached lanyard. Breakfast, 2 slices of toast, both buttered, one with raspberry jam. Instant coffee made in a thermos. The latter goes with him as he leaves. His travel through the city streets is fine at first, but his heart sinks when he turns onto a highway, seeing a long, stretching expanse of bumper-to-bumper vehicles. The nearest turnoff is 5 kilometers away, and in 40 minutes, when the congestion finally clears, he's only moved by 2. Had he slept in and left later, he could have avoided it entirely. That is what happened, yes. 3 hours later, Grimsley stops his Ford Everest in a makeshift parking area besides a collection of portable gazebos. He's embarrassingly late to the party. His own investigations division is already firmly set up, agents buzzing about between the shelters while some stand at the edge of the hill's crest, looking down the stony slope beyond. The moment Grimsley opens the car door, the cool interior atmosphere immediately evaporates. Fierce sunlight blasts down from above, filling the vehicle with scorching air. Grimsley sprints to the nearest gazebo, signing into a logbook and pointlessly flashing his ID card for confirmation, then grabbing a water bottle and going to the crest to see the accident itself. Beyond is a narrow valley, not the titular Death Valley, but a reasonably sized sibling of it, that stretches from north to south, Grimsley's left and right, respectively. The opposite face is scarred by gashes and scorches that led down to the main event, the ruins of a Boeing 737-400 broken into several pieces, all of which had tumbled down to the valley. You're late. Grimsley flinches at the voice. Lance, what are you doing back here? What are you doing here? Lance simply stares back with his usual Expressionless gaze. I'm wondering if this is all the same text as before. This offset does homogenize with the others, but it's the only one that does. It was originally supposed to lead off elsewhere, but I had to cut back due to time constraints. So yeah, this is the description of Lance Scrimshaw that we got. Puff from Blowing Smoke, equally ranked, least of the assistant directors. The blackout is 6 hours. Manageable, we can probably get this move. Not move, destroy. The whole incident must be resolved by the time the blackout lifts. You can't be serious. Lance stares back with a different gaze. You're giving me 6 hours to open, close entire investigation? No, 6 hours from the time of the incident, which occurred 4 hours ago. Still the same, still the same. Can you at least tell me why? No. But if this happens again, if it ends up being important somehow, it's on your head, because the report is going to be rubbish. Lance nods, gesturing towards the gazebos. Grimsley walks a few meters towards the encampment, then stops, turning back. Lance is following him. I will be overseeing your investigation. Why? No reply. After a few minutes, Grimsley rolls his eyes, confirms, and continues. What do we have approaching? A lot of tired people who'd rather be in bed. You can have me the list. I don't know how Talaran manages it. But seriously, what? Wait, George? You're here too? George, the man Grimsley had considered calling earlier, nods. I was nearby, so I had to come in. I thought you'd ask for me. Not me, but I'm glad to have you here. So what do we know? And that's how we get George back in the story. Not much. Plane was an FM 2439 en route to Las Vegas. Mayday received at 0348. Contact last seconds thereafter. It was traveling east. It should have been, but it looks like the pilots, no survivors, turned south after contact was lost. Cause of death, the usual. Alright, keep it on rolling down. The rest of it is identical, so thank you, Jack Ike. We're going to skip ahead to the next coin flip. Our next question is, are we going to grab the going down in the canyon, or are we going to ignore it? Alright, coin flip. Luck of the Irish. Let's see what we got. Tails again! So this is what we did before, which is pulling everyone away from the wreckage, because we're not going to find anything cool down there. So this is all the same that we just read then. Don't seem to trust him. I give him orders to give him reports. Double speak. Keep on running. Aware of this. 6056. The blackout. It's your turn to explain, Lance. Sensitive juncture. Starting to redact things from the dialogue. He's acting like some fairy tale villain, just being an arse for the sake of it. Heads, cockpit recording. Tails, flight data. He flips. Last time we got heads, it seems. Or tails, it seems. We got cockpit last time, so we didn't do flight data. Let's see if the coins give us the same response. They put us on heads. So, we hit the same ending? Yep. We are back to the Aegis ending.
Yep.
All right. Well, fate certainly had that in the cards for us.
Yeah.
All right. Well. Frustrated. I'd rather to see something new. All I got to see is exactly what I thought, that we avoided the traffic jam. So we avoided the traffic jam. We got George there anyways. Those are our two differences in our two runs. Otherwise, everything we got was exactly the same.
It does look like the other one there, that last choice, that other ending has more knowledge that's being revealed about the actual anomaly.
I was about to say, I want to see one more ending, so I'm going to go to Tails on this last choice. Cheating fate. So now we are looking at the flight data rather than the cockpit. And gets Tails. Grimsley nods. Yeah, figured. Sir, George says, returning. Nothing, Grimsley replies, putting the coin away for the last time that day. The file. George shakes his head. Shockwaves, not explosions, and it seems to have been an accident caused by someone else. Grimsley casts a sidelong glance at Lance, who takes a puff from his pipe. Who? No idea, but probably us, or a different us. Off in some other timeline, reality, storyline, whatever. One of the researchers heard an apology in their own voice, and that was the end of it. Grimsley's brow furrows. That's it. One of them... Oh, never mind. The point is, the anomaly isn't relevant, right? No, it isn't. But remember that incident I said I looked at last year? That was scripted out. You think it's relevant? I had a hunch, so I looked up my report on the database. There was another report with it. This is the third crash like this in 8 months. Routine Foundation cargo run. Port side engine fire. Aft fuselage explosion. Both pilots dead. That was scratched out. Grimsley's eyes widened. This is the first I'm hearing of it. This is because he isn't supposed to. Grimsley, being a mundane human, lacks the capacity to keep track of every isolated accident that occurs throughout the Foundation's global operations. Thus, investigations typically only find their way to him once a pattern is recognized. 1 is isolated, 2 is a coincidence. 3 is a pattern. Get me those reports. George nods, returning to the laptop. 3 employees all bomb cargo runs. There has to be a connection between them, which means we've been infiltrated. I should tell Lance. Even he will budge in light of this. Or would he? Grimsley remembers Lance's ongoing persistence to impede the investigation in functionally every non-overt capacity he can. He looks to Lance, hovering over the agent working on the black box, watching, waiting. An idea pops into his head. He scowls. That's what you're doing, you obnoxious... You're covering it up, trying to get us to rule this as isolated, hide the pattern. You're compromised. If they've got him, they've got the whole of logistics. He's got access to everything. They may as well have the director. Grimsley pulls out his phone, stepping over to the valley's edge for privacy, and making sure nobody, especially Lance, is following. He opens his phone contacts, scrolling through to the director's number. No name listed, just the title and department, and dialing it. Come on, answer. A phone rings somewhere behind him. Grimsley pales, hearing it approach. It stops. Grimsley connects to Lance's message bank. Redirected call. Oh, shit. Grimsley hangs up and turns to face Lance. The two are the same height, yet Grimsley feels as though he is a full 2 or 3 feet shorter, shriveling like a herring that's stricken out in the sunlight. Lance stares, waiting. I need to speak to the director, Grimsley says. Regarding confidential. Lance doesn't take it. He is unavailable. I will inform him for you. Grimsley shakes his head. Has to be direct. He would inform me otherwise. Grimsley says nothing. Lance raises an eyebrow. Please, for the love of everything, someone give me an excuse. Got it! The agent calls. Needed, Grimsley blurts, jumping past Lance to get back to the group. Filling the laptop screen is a myriad of graphs, diagrams, and values, reflecting every recorded aspect of the aircraft over the duration of its flight, altitude, speed, inclination, fuel consumption, GPS coordinates. Every single signal sent from any part of the plane to anywhere else, a copy of everything that happened. Used together, the information can be used to perfectly replicate the flight in simulation, right up to the moment the data recorder disconnected from the aeroplane. Everyone, Grimsley pauses to clear his throat. Everyone free is on this. Search it all. Find every single inconsistency. Are you all right? Says the agent. Fine. Can you, Grimsley shakes his head, trying to regain and organize his thoughts. Bomb, fire, engine, extinguisher. Extinguisher. Signals? He says. The agent nods. They navigate through the program, pulling up the record of signals sent to and from the engines. Huh, they say. What? They point to a graph on the screen. Engine fire started at exactly 7390 RPM. A few seconds later, oh, that part's stricken out. A few seconds later, signal for the fire retardant to go. That's the last thing it received. Everything else just stopped a few milliseconds later. Grimsley frowns. Exactly 7390 RPM? Stricken out. The agent searches the screen for the recorded engine's RPM, which he has neither noticed nor mentioned yet. Huh, yeah. Exactly 7390 RPM. Stricken out. The agent mentions to Grimsley that this must be coincidental, though both engines had reached double that speed earlier in the flight, and would have failed if it was significant. This reminds Grimsley of George's earlier moniker. One is isolated. He accepts this and moves on. Grimsley covers his mouth with a hand, thinking, last signal. His attention turns back to the airplane diagram on the whiteboard, as he tries his best to ignore Lance's staring. Stepping over, Grimsley locates the black boxes on the picture, tracing the wire connections with one finger. George? Yes, sir. Come here a moment. George does. Engine fire at exactly 7390 RPM, Grimsley says, knowing full well that it is irrelevant and cannot possibly be significant. A few seconds later, the last signals for the fire suppressor. Everything stops then. Bigger blasts sever the connections. Grimsley points to the black boxes, then repeats his tracing of connecting wires, running through the port side wall of the fuselage. He stops halfway along. The wires run under the floor, he says, tapping on the diagram. On the port side, straight through the explosion, less than half a second between the two. George nods, understanding. The bomb was wired to the black box's connection, just behind the fuel tank. Engine rigged to catch fire when the pilots try to put it out. Kaboom. Grimsley nods. He notices the papers in George's hands. Stricken out. Those the reports, he says? Stricken out. George nods, handing over the insignificant reports. Even knowing there is nothing in value of them, and no possible way the incidents could be linked together yet, he rudely decides to waste his superior's time and whatever trees were ruthlessly shredded for the 200 pages of paper he has printed each on. For this, George feels guilty and decides it would be best to preoccupy himself with something more productive for the rest of the day, like staying away from Grimsley except when actually needed. Thanks. Can you call Area 137, find out what's going on with those bodies? I haven't heard anything from them yet. On it. Glancing over his shoulder, Grimsley quickly steps around to the other side of the whiteboard, using it to hide from Lance. The reports comprehensively go over the investigation of 2 previous flights, neither of which are relevant to FM 2439 yet. FM 3924, overseen by George Trellis, destroyed en route to Chicago 8 months ago, and FM 4239, spearheaded by Gregory Talleyrand. Grimsley stops, reading over the names again. George Trellis, FM 3924. Gregory Talleyrand, FM 4239. Grimsley Trudge, FM 2439. What the hell? He opens the first report, deciding to waste his time by skimming through it, knowing full well he doesn't have enough time to read it properly, and that there almost definitely isn't anything significant about the pure coincidences he didn't just pick up on. The more he reads, the more his heart sinks, filling with dread at the knowledge he is wasting valuable time on a stupidly fruitless endeavor, and should be off being productive by helping Lydia with her phone calls. It's as if he's reading the story of his day in past tense. A sheer coincidence, and nothing more. Early morning crash. Time constraint due to external factors. Crashed on a highway. Apprehension to investigate the crash directly. Suspected anomalous contamination. Black boxes recovered late. Data analyzed. Engine fired exactly 7390 RPM. Bomb wired into the black box signals. Detonation when fire suppressant used. Signal didn't reach the canister. All of that part stricken out. He swaps to Gregory's investigations for no particular reason other than to look like an idiot cowering behind a whiteboard, searching through several hundreds of pages instead of confronting the fact that his micromanaging superior is very obviously a traitorous spy, responsible for at least 3 destroyed Foundation aircraft, the loss of probably all cargo on all of them, and hiding an unknown amount more. Something he should be dealing with now, instead of letting the corruption fester, even if for a few minutes more. Early crash, time constraint, apprehension, black boxes, 7390 RPM, signals rig, detonation, that part stricken out. George! Grimsley screams for no damn reason because he's an idiot, grabbing everyone's attention to his blatant stupidity and making them all doubt if they should listen to him at all. Is this your report accurate? George nods, knowing it is, and too nervous to approach his obviously insane boss in fear that he'll get shanked or something. Grimsley shakes his head, resting a hand on his forehead and pacing. I knew it. I knew there was an anomaly here. We're in it, stricken out. Sir? George says, concerned for his good friend's rapidly degrading mental instability. George Trellis, Gregory Talleyrand, Grimsley Trudge, GT, and the investigations pan out the same way. The flight numbers are in anagrams. George, what exactly do you remember being the outcome of your search? All of that paragraph stricken out. George feels an overwhelming feeling that he shouldn't give the obvious madman an answer, and that if he did, the only outcome would be something inevitably terrible, like him going ballistic and killing everyone in sight before being gunned down. George, the outcome. George pales. Maintenance technician, smuggled bomb, caught, stricken out. Grimsley flicks to the end of George's report. Adam Celibus? Yeah, him. How did you catch him? Grimsley says, flicking through to the end of Gregory's report. George doesn't answer. Grimsley stops asking. Grimsley stops doing what he's doing and goes back to what he's supposed to be doing, because he's supposed to be doing it. How did you catch him? Shape. Found a shape carved into the back of the fuel tank right at the end. 3 spirals. He'd been mentioning to his friends. They mentioned it to us. We searched his house. Found the place full of drawings, spirals in groups of 3. He said he'd written a story that generally matched the events. Changed names and places, but the same beats. Took it as premeditated. All of that struck out. 3 spirals? George nods. Grimsley abruptly loses his last vestiges of sanity and begins slamming his head into the whiteboard until he loses consciousness. He is in a coma for 15 months because of it, and upon awakening, realizes how stupid he was and that he should have gotten help sooner and stopped doing the blatantly incorrect things that he was doing leading up to his psychotic break. Grimsley shows a page, struck out. An overwhelming sense of monolithic dread crushes Grimsley's soul, yet somehow leaves a tiny vestige enough for him to know that he should stop now and get back on task. Audrey Smith did the same 4 months later. Symbol and story. What the hell? Get down to the wreck. Find the symbol. George sprints into the valley. Lydia, is there anyone on that crew with the initials AS? She takes a moment. I got an Andrew Sloan. Victor speaking to him. Strike through. No one else? She shakes her head. It's him. Search his house. Find pictures of spirals and a story about this. Get him on the phone. Struck through. Explain, Lance says. No. Shaking his head. Can't be a coincidence. Spirals? Why? How does Lance fit in? Does he? That part was struck out. Grimsley drops dead because he's a useless idiot and the universe abruptly realizes it can't stand the burden of his existence any longer. And everyone cheers at his departure because he's actually a horrible human being. And everyone drinks mojitos at his funeral and has this huge Hawaiian-themed party on his casket. And 3 days later, nobody remembers who he was or anything about this entire damned incident. Grimsley opens the reports, skimming through them for names. LS. That part struck through. Grimsley doesn't find anything because he's already dead from an explosive heart attack. Literally explosive. He ate too many bananas the previous day and the potassium from them built up in his heart. Literal explosion. The closest he finds is a Lecter Kelvin, but no analog for Lance. Struck through. Lydia holds up her phone. Grimsley snatches it. Andrew, he says. You're breaking the rules, I say. He pauses, actually and realizing genuinely just how much trouble he's in. Andrew Sloan? Yes, that's me. You're breaking the damn rules, so stop it. His brow furrows. What rules? What are you talking about? You're breaking the pattern. You aren't supposed to catch me yet. You're confessing to bombing FM 2439? Yes, I'm bloody confessing, you twit. I did it. I got onto the maintenance crew. I carved the spirals into the back of the fuel tank. I smuggled the bomb on and wired it into the recorder system. I've come home. I'm writing up the narrative. I've already got pictures littered around my place because that's what I'm supposed to do. You're the idiot breaking the rules. You aren't supposed to find me yet. You can't just cheat like this. What the hell are you on about? You fit the pattern because I'm supposed to. You are too. You show up to the crash, bumble around like an idiot for a few hours, get a few clues. You're supposed to talk to my colleagues, hear them mention the spirals I keep mentioning, and sure, you get pretty suspicious of me, weird behavior and all that, but you aren't supposed to catch me until after you find the symbol. Not before. The cleaners are supposed to break down the last bit of the plane. Then one of them spots the carving, then you conclusively link it to me, then you catch me. You aren't supposed to pick up on the pattern. A pause, because Grimsley is an idiot. Excuse me? Shut up, you don't get to talk. I'm the narrator. I'm the bloody narrator, not you. You're the character, the protagonist. You do as I say because I tell you to do it. When I delete something, you forget it because it never happened. You don't get to ignore me. ... This isn't supposed to be metafiction. You don't have free will. All right, Andrew, I'm sorry. No, you aren't, but you will be. A loud, metallic groaning, followed by shouting. Grimsley turns to the valley, because I want him to see this. A worker jumps from the crane as it tilts forward, tumbling into the valley. Time slows down for Grimsley, but he doesn't move any faster. Everything proceeds in slow motion, so he can understand what's about to happen. He lets out a shout if he wants, not like I can tell him not to anyways. But he can't stop the vehicle from tumbling down the slope, over and over, down toward the last remaining section of the fuselage. The lightweight materials of the fuselage easily crumble under the heavy steel of the crane. It crushes like paper. Grimsley, and you see all of it. You see it in slow motion, and you can't do anything to stop it. Everything inside is flattened like a pancake, and you know it. You know exactly who's inside, don't you? Yes, you do, because it's the last section, the one with the back of the fuel tank. There's no survivors, Grimsley. No survivors. Confidential. Security clearance level 1. Department of Pataphysics. Department of Logistics. Memetic. Possibility bending. Mind affecting. Reality bending. Mind control. Anomamagnetic. Class Keter. Unstable. Keter class. Virtus 3. Secrecy danger level. Fallen Angel. Special containment procedures. All vehicles owned by the Foundation with identifying designations containing all of the number 2, 3, 4, and 9 are to be immediately decommissioned from use. Foundation vehicles must not be given any designations containing all of the number 2, 3, 4, and 9. SCP-7390 is the SCP-7930 file is compulsory reading for all Level 1 or higher Foundation personnel that do not have the initials AS or GT. The SCP-7390 file is to be uniformly redacted to all Foundation personnel with the initials AS and GT, with the exception of SCP-7390-B instances belonging to previous SCP-7390 occurrences. Foundation personnel are forbidden from discussing any aspect of SCP-7390 with individuals with the initials AS or GT. Potential SCP-7390 instances, regardless of their name, must be immediately reported to security personnel and apprehended. All potential SCP-7390-A instances must be reassigned from all maintenance duties for a minimum period of 6 months, regardless of position and/or pending duties. Foundation maintenance personnel with the initials AS must undergo monthly psychological evaluations to monitor for escalation into an SCP-7390-A instance. Potential SCP-7390-B instances, regardless of their name, must be reported to supervising personnel. Under no circumstances should any investigation conducted by SCP-7390-B, especially into SCP-7390-C vehicle, be interfered with or accelerated using knowledge of SCP-7390. Foundation personnel with the initials GT must be instructed to preemptively report intentions to conduct an investigation of any kind to their supervisors. In the event that an SCP-7390-B instance conducts an investigation that appears to align with an SCP-7390 event, Foundation security personnel must identify any potentially related individuals with the initials AS and prepare to apprehend them. Foundation security personnel must not apprehend any SCP-7390-A instances until directed to do so by SCP-7390-B. All SCP-7390-D instances are to be surrendered to the Department of Pataphysics for archival and investigation. Description: SCP-7390 is a series of events which reoccur every 4 months, always consisting of and focusing on SCP-7390-A, a Foundation maintenance employee with the initials AS. SCP-7390-B, an investigative Foundation employee with the initials GT. SCP-7390-C, a Foundation vehicle with a numerical designation consisting of the number 2, 3, 4, and 9 in any order. SCP-7390-D, a narrative written by SCP-7390-A detailing an investigation conducted by SCP-7390-B into the loss of SCP-7390-C. Pictured examples of spiral iconography commonly produced by SCP-7390-A. The specific identities of SCP-7390-A and SCP-7390-B, the vehicle type and model of SCP-7390-C, and the content, genre, and medium of SCP-7390-D vary between occurrences. Prior to SCP-7390-5, the fifth occurrence of the events, both SCP-7390-A and SCP-7390-B were always employed by the Department of Logistics, the latter being a member of the Investigations Division, and SCP-7390-C was always an aeroplane. Approximately 2 months after the previous SCP-7390 event had concluded, SCP-7390-A will be inspired to write SCP-7390-D. Interviewed acquaintances report that SCP-7390-A initially appears excited by the concept, devoting a significant amount of their spare time to the project over the ensuing 2 weeks. However, SCP-7390-A becomes visibly and persistently anxious, refusing to discuss their condition, dismissing inquiries into SCP-7390-D, and progressively avoiding all commitments outside of their work. Analysis of recorded dialogue from developing SCP-7390-A instances revealed a propensity towards cryptic references of mind control, stalking, intimidation, and constriction, particularly when used in reference to themselves. Furthermore, when deflecting inquiries into their condition, SCP-7390-A will almost universally change the topic of conversation towards spirals, vortexes, or coils. The perceived symptoms of anxiety reportedly diminish 1 month after the initial conception of -D, supplemented by an increased focus on their work assignments. Recovered financial records indicate that -A began researching and purchasing materials to construct an improvised explosive device, taking appropriate and successful precautions to avoid arousing suspicion. After another month, totaling 4 months since the conclusion of the previous SCP-7390 event, SCP-7390-A will be assigned to conduct maintenance on SCP-7390-C, during which they will both covertly install the explosive device and intentionally leave some form of spiral-themed visual cue as evidence. Within the ensuing 24 hours, a coincidental event experienced by SCP-7390-C while in use will cause the detonation of the explosive device, resulting in the destruction of the vehicle. SCP-7390-B will be assigned to the ensuing investigation, initiating the SCP-7390 event proper, which will transpire exactly as documented in SCP-7390-D. SCP-7390-B is given a significant time constraint, but becomes aversive towards direct investigation during the SCP-7390-C wreckage. During the course of the investigation, SCP-7390-B interviews the colleagues of SCP-7390-A, who highlight the individual's abnormal behavior over the preceding 3 months. SCP-7390-B is unable to conclusively identify SCP-7390-A as the culprit until the final hour of the time constraint, at which time they discover the Triskelion left within SCP-7390-C, linking it to SCP-7390-A's obsession with spirals. SCP-7390-A is apprehended at their residence, which is extensively decorated with illustrations of spirals while attempting to finalize SCP-7390-D. SCP-7390-A confesses to SCP-7390-B, reporting that the narrative of SCP-7390-D had been manipulating them over the preceding 3 months to both complete the narrative and instigate its events, with their earlier abnormal behavior arising from threats issued by the narrative. Across all occurrences, the Foundation has uniformly failed to identify SCP-7390-A, SCP-7390-B, and SCP-7390-C until after the conclusion of SCP-7390-D's events. To date, SCP-7390-A have never succeeded in finalizing SCP-7390-D during the events. Completing the narrative after the events have concluded causes no discernible effects. Addenda: Discovery, Escalation. SCP-7390 was first identified on May 5th, 2025, following the conclusion of the 5th known SCP-7390 event, wherein Assistant Director Grimsley Trudge, SCP-7390-B-5, apprehended Andrew Sloan, SCP-7390-A-5, for the sabotage of FM-2439, SCP-739-C-5. This event is particularly significant as it is the only occurrence to significantly deviate from the SCP-7390 archetype. SCP-7390-5 is the only event where a previous SCP-7390-B, SCP-7390-B-3, George Trellis, was present. A.D. Trudge is the only SCP-7390-B to become aware of previous SCP-7390 during an event, as Trellis both recalled their own SCP-7390 event and discovered SCP-7390-4, notifying A.D. Trudge of both. A.D. Trudge became aware of both the SCP-7390 anomaly and Sloane's guilt significantly earlier than all other events facilitated by the previous point. A.D. Trudge is the only SCP-7390-B to have influenced the SCP-7390-D narrative against their SCP-7390-A instance. Of note is that the recovered SCP-7390-D was metafictional. Several lines in the final paragraphs are crossed out, with only AD Trudge retaining the deleted information, and the narration becomes increasingly insulting towards AD Trudge. Sloan is the only SCP-7390-A instance to confess out of order, doing so before AD Trudge discovers the Trixelian clue. SCP-7390-5 is the only occurrence where the SCP-7390-D ends before all the SCP-7390 events have concluded, terminating immediately after Sloan's confession and omitting his subsequent apprehension, the discovery of SCP-7390-D, and his recount of the previous 4 months. Subsequent investigation later identified SCP-7390-1 and SCP-7390-2, 2 earlier aircraft incidents aligned with SCP-7390. No dash. That's just said too many times. SCP-7390-6 began on September 18th, 2025. Unlike all previous occurrences, SCP-7390-C-6 was a freight ship instead of an aircraft, and SCP-7390-B was a crew member instead of a member of the Department of Logistics, Investigations Division. All subsequent SCP-7390 events have similarly deviated, with the SCP-7390-C vehicle and position of SCP-7390-B being randomized each time. So, whoever wrote it got annoyed that they got caught early and now is changing it to make it more interesting. The game is afoot.
Yeah, that was intense.
Okay, I really like the metafictional aspect on that one.
Yeah.
I love a good author railing at their creation. So many metafictions in the Foundation are from the perspective of the Foundation trying to fight their writers, which is not often very conducive. So this gave me like Stanley Parable vibes of just chewing out the player character, and it made me very happy.
Yeah. I like the whole metafictional aspect. Same deal. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Jack Ike's work. We've talked a good deal about this stuff. I get a lot of vibes from like the breach that keeps on breaching and other writings of yours. If you're still in the chat, Ike, yeah, it's very reminiscent. And I saw the linked one, 6065, I think was the one, right?
6056.
6056. Sorry, yes. That one I feel like I might have missed. I'll have to go check that one out because it sounds familiar, but also not something I've read before. But yeah, it's all. I mean, this is a definite upvote for me. It's all the big sci-fi and high concept markers that I look for in a good mind-bendy article. So good job.
Yeah, Jack Ike killing it with this one. I'd like to see the other 2 endings at some point, but covering 2.
Oh yeah, that's Harry's. You're right. Well, the 43 stuff it's still reminiscent. I recently read Meta Ike, and that one also kind of gives me similar vibes, although the presenting is completely different.
Breach that keeps on breaching is Harry's.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, we're all in 43. It's all the same motifs and whatnot. It's good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, this was dope. Everyone, go read the other endings and have fun with that. Go check it out.
Yeah, let's check them out later.
+50.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay.
Before we get on to our next article, make sure to donate to Hymns for the Road. Help Raddiger make a dope horror fiction, spooky fiction, fae folk podcast.
Yes, Raddiger works very hard. She deserves to get that the goal completed, and you should help out because you get awesome stuff for backing.
There are 8 days left. That means we're going to have one more stream during this, and we're going to have a little bit of a special event next week to make sure this thing gets funded. We at Site 42 will not let this fail, I'll tell you now.
Not at all.
Also, make sure to support the GoFundMe for Dr. Cimmerian. Could use a little more money to stuff that mattress that's on the floor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's starting to sag a bit from all the rain. We're trying to get the hole filled, but any additional donations will go to elevating his mattress.
There we go. Put little money stacks like legs on the bed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Dark Lord 3719 and Nice Demon Queen, thank you for the simultaneous super chats. Well timed.
Yeah.
Thank you for supporting the channel. That'll help us to support these ourselves as well.
Yep, absolutely.
And last advertisement, go to the link in the description. You can become a Site42 patron to help me make stuff happen like this. I donated to both Cimmerian and Raddiger on behalf of the community, although depending on how HIMS goes, I might be giving a little more on our behalf, but I'm doing what I can to make sure any project that comes across Site42's radar, I am giving y'all's funding to the funnel.
Yeah, I donated as well, and I also I donated to Radd's, and of course for first month or two, I gave all of my music proceeds to Cimmerians, and that worked out quite well. I got more for that than I had ever made out of music, so I'm glad that I'm glad that I was able to help out with Cimmerian.
Music funding? Are you talking about slowgramming?
Yes, my SCP OST, a 33-track album that is all themes for different SCP articles. You can check that out. You can go to my support link at the bottom, billith.space. It has all of my links there. It's all compressed under one location, and you can check out slowgramming.bandcamp.com, and you can see all my music there. I have another album coming out in December, but it's not necessarily SCP related, but still, check it out. It's good stuff.
All right, and so let's close the ad window. Where is the reading window? Come back, reading window. There we go.
Next is SCP-7023.
By Utilike.
Let's see. And this is... Yeah, it's a different Ike. SCP-7023. It is the last remaining variant.
The last remaining variant.
Mm-hmm. And this might be our last one. It's hard to say. We got a little bit over an hour.
Based on its length, it could be. It depends. We got a lot of conversations. Those kind of fly by.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, want to start us up?
Certainly. Item number SCP-7023. Containment class Euclid. Threat class Multiversal. Special containment procedures. Currently, SCP-7023 is being contained in a standard humanoid containment cell at Site-24 under the authority of the Foundation Variant ZL/152A. Investigation into the origin of this anomaly is ongoing. Individuals searching for more information should contact the Department of Multiversal Defense. Description. SCP-7023 is Julian August Murray, a baseline 33-year-old human male, currently in the custody of the Foundation in Universe-ZL/152A. SCP-7023 is a non-anomalous, however, appears to be the only remaining multiversal variant of an individual commonly referred to as Julia Tron. The Department of Multiversal Defense is currently investigating the reason for this multiversal anomaly. So far, this investigation has reached several conclusions. Julian Murray of Universe ZL-152A is the only remaining multiversal variant matching their multiversal signature. No signature matching that of SCP-7023 has been identified in any of the investigated universes. In the past, a variant of Julia Tron has been present in every single investigated universe. Furthermore, it would appear that every variant of Julia Tron has ceased to exist simultaneously. Footnote, with exception of SCP-7023. Therefore, an unprecedented multiversal event must have led to a complete disappearance or destruction of every other multiversal variant of SCP-7023. Due to the nature and implications of this potential wide-scale multiversal event, a meeting was called by the Department of Multiversal Defense based on the Hexa Universal Foundation Collaboration Agreement from 2018. Addendum 7023.1. Department of Multiversal Defense Leadership Meeting Transcript. Internal recording transcript. In attendance, is 051 of -WK/441A, Dr. Haster Galva of universe WK/441A, Dr. Ariana Ike of universe WL/093A, Dr. Ariana Rose of WL/093B is going to be wonderful. 051 of ZL152A, 057 of ZL152A, Dr. Vladislav Mulder of ZL152A, Dr. Trevor Ander of ZL214A, 055 of ZL214A, and Dr. Yama Dululi of ZL846A. And I'll read the sidebar box thing before we start. It says Hexa Universal Foundation Collaboration Agreement. The HFC agreement, first signed in 2018 by representatives of 6 Foundation variants from 6 neighboring universes. Footnote: these variants coming from universes WK441A, WL093A, WL093B, ZL152A, ZL214A, and ZL846A. Ensures collaboration and information exchange between these Foundation variants. This agreement was formed as a direct response against the increasing threat posed by multiversal group of interest X01, known as Rhea Udis Pair. Based on this agreement, a newly created Joint Department of Multiversal Defense is to investigate neighboring universes and create solutions for multiversal threats. And the image caption is Department of Multiversal Defense logo. So that's the thing. Do you want to take the doctors and I'll take the 05s?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Okay. Sounds great. Beginning log. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming here on such short notice, especially you, Yama. I am aware of the current situation in your universe, and I promise not to waste your time. Oh, please, Dr. Galva, let's just get to business. All right. As you all probably know, our field investigation units have reached a frightening answer to the riddle of SCP-7023. It would appear that some sort of wide-range event of unknown origin and purpose has occurred, leaving no survivors save for SCP-7023. What makes this event frightening is the scale. It was a pure coincidence that we even noticed something was wrong. Whatever happened left no traces of its handiwork. Yes, if I may, our agents have attempted to track the universal signature of our subject through all known means. Even thaumaturgy has failed us. We have no idea what caused it, and we are even more clueless when it comes to SCP-7023 itself. Maybe he just got lucky.
Then I'd say Mr. Mari should consider himself the luckiest man alive.
Agreed. While we cannot ascertain with a precision that he is the only remaining instance of themselves, he is most definitely the only one in this multiversal cluster, as well as our neighboring ones. Well, that may not be necessarily true. There are a number of universes we haven't checked.
Dr. Deluli, with all due respect, this is about the X and Y clusters.
Look, all I'm saying, maybe this has something to do with the mimetic pricks. Yama, please. There's no need for such language here. I understand. No, you don't. Look, I'm sorry. I know we shouldn't bring our own universal problems here, but we are at war. And just because you all refuse to acknowledge it doesn't.
Dr. Deluli, please, we can discuss this at another time. Dr. Deluli is visibly irritated, but agrees.
Actually, Yama may have a point. We've never seen multiversal threats on this scale before. Rhea Udis comes second in their ability. Maybe we're just missing the obvious here. Dr. Ariana?
Dr. Ike and Dr. Rose, the E makes me think it's Rose, both turn their heads towards Dr. Ander.
Sorry, still a bit new at this. I keep forgetting which one is which. I wanted to speak to Dr. Ariana Ike. That would be me. Right. Anyhow, if we put aside the obvious problem of how, I was wondering, why exactly would a civilization focused on conquering other universes want to destroy a single person in every universe? Good question. Well, we know one thing. They are persistent. We've managed to hold out against them for years now. Maybe they just figured if they can't absorb us, they could destroy us.
The room falls silent. They don't have the means. No one has that kind of power.
It's a possibility, though. They certainly haven't given up. My world suffers their raids constantly. But you're right. We can deal with them.
Even if this was at all possible, which it isn't.
As far as we know, we have no idea what's going on in their clusters.
Yes, Dr. Ike, to our knowledge. But even if the necessary power for something like that would be enormous.
The multiverse is infinite as far as we know. And according to our estimates, Rhea Per and its variations are present in most universes of the X and Y clusters. That's a lot of resources in their hands. Yes, but they aren't working together. It is inconceivable.
Precisely. If their mimetic nature makes it impossible for them to work with other variants for themselves, half of their efforts focused on fighting themselves.
We should still investigate it. If they found a way to destroy something across the entire multiverse, we are all in extreme danger. So should we presume that if they tried to destroy Miss Truan in all universes, that their metaphysical weapon somehow missed Mr. Mari? Well, only if we would presume that to be the case. We do.
All right. We shouldn't eliminate any possibilities. For now, Dr. Mulder, is there any information to be gained from SCP-7023 itself?
No, nothing useful anyway. He's honestly not an interesting man. He wasn't even aware of the anomalous when we got to him. Quite frankly, I'm still of the opinion that we should release him. We have discussed this. He stays in your care until we find out more. We should talk to him again. He might seem ordinary, but there is quite literally no one else like him.
Addendum 7023.2. Dr. Galva's personal thoughts on SCP-7023.
I'll read this one.
Sure.
Our teams have investigated over 200 individual universes belonging to almost a dozen different multiversal clusters. Not a single one of them helped us to understand SCP-7023, the destructive event that created it, or what could have caused it. The investigation has concluded that each variation of Julia/Julian, etc., has simply ceased to exist simultaneously about a week ago. All of them, except for SCP-7023. In fact, probably no one in the entire multiverse has the means to even know how it happened. We only know it happened because, to us, it didn't. Well, it did. I didn't know Dr. Julia Truan in my universe, but now I know she worked for the Foundation. There is this pronounced sense of fear when dealing with other versions of yourself. Something more akin to existential dread than actual physical terror. I still don't know how Ariana deals with it, how they both deal with it. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about my other selves, especially when Rhea Per is brought up. To know there is most likely a me somewhere beyond the barrier of this world working to destroy or worse, to assimilate this place. Sometimes I wonder if there is a me out there that is so different from how I think and from who I am, that I wouldn't recognize myself in them. SCP-7023, if the term should even apply, doesn't have to ask these questions anymore. Survivor's guilt is, of course, a wholly different factor, but there must still be something strangely calming when one knows there aren't any other selves of theirs. From the Journal of Dr. Huster Galva.
And I'll read the side box next. The threat of Rhea Per. Very little is known about the principal constraints forming the mimetic concept of Rhea Per. It appears to be a powerful meme manifesting itself as a semi-religious idea dedicated to spreading itself across the multiverse. Foundation originating from Universe ZL-846A has encountered a variant of this meme in 2017 when a group of medically infected individuals attempted to invade their universe and had to be forcefully repelled. This threat was later classified as GOI-X01. Since the formation of the HFC agreement, it has been ascertained that a large portion of the neighboring X and Y clusters of universes have been either successfully invaded by this meme or a place of origin for a variation of the idea. As such, travel to infected universes is highly forbidden. All non-allied universes that haven't been affected are to be made aware of this threat so as to possibly establish an alliance. Interview with SCP-7023. Forward. Dr. Mulder has decided to conduct another interview with SCP-7023 as per request by the project leadership. However, before the scheduled interview could be conducted, SCP-7023 reported experiencing strange symptoms, forcing Dr. Mulder to start the interview early. Getting log.
Good morning, Mr. Murray. How are you feeling today?
Morning, Doctor. I guess I'm doing okay.
Glad to hear that. Now, what was that about the sickness?
Yeah, I'm feeling kind of dizzy all day. It's probably nothing, but I wanted you to know since you wanted to know if anything happened.
I see. I'll make sure we get you checked. Anything else?
Well, I wanted to ask when I could finally leave this place.
Mr. Murray,
No, listen, Doc. I've been here for about 2 weeks now. People will know.
Don't worry, Mr. Murray. No one is going to notice that you're gone.
Well, I do have a flat to take care of, and I don't really have a family, but there is this stray cat that comes to my doors.
Mr. Murray, I'll be honest with you. We have no idea when we'll be able to release you. As you are aware, the nature of your anomaly is rather unorthodox, even by our standards.
What anomaly? Honestly, Doc, I tried to catch a thing or two, but none of it honestly makes any sense to me.
We've discussed this.
Yeah, I get that. I'm unique or something. But the way I see it, I can't shoot lasers or fly or nothing, so why not just let me go? Dr. Mulder stays silent. See, Doctor? I thought you were just keeping me around because I could talk, but then I figured you probably have something to make me forget all about this place.
We do.
I knew it. Well, so why not just give it to me?
Well, you may not feel like it, Mr. Murray, but you are a rather special man, even if you can't shoot lasers or fly.
So what can I... winces in pain.
Mr. Murray, what is... Oh my god.
SCP-7023 is tightly holding his left wrist with his right hand. His skin around the area is visibly darkening as the effect spreads. He seems to be in a lot of pain. Gosh, it hurts. What is going on, Doc?
I don't know. Stay here. Help! I need a medic!
Afterward, in the aftermath of this interview, an on-site medical specialist has been called in to assist SCP-7023. However, before he could arrive, all immediate effects ceased and only the darkened skin around the subject's left wrist remained. SCP-7023 claimed that the pain has stopped, even though he's clearly remained in shock. Additional testing was approved shortly after. Testing revealed no conclusive results of the effect on the skin of SCP-7023. The effect appears to be purely anomalous. However, upon further investigation, traces of foreign extra-universal signature were discovered. In light of this, the origin point of the effect has been tracked to Universe XT/007A. And Addendum 7023.4, excerpt from Dr. Ike's theory on multiversal travel. You want to take this one as well?
Yep.
All right.
Ever since we discovered the multiverse, our goal has been to find out more about it. We sent recon teams to navigate the map out neighboring universes. It was never easy to make sense of distances between universes as they more or less represent variation. When we say a universe is neighboring ours, we mean to say it is one of many to do so and one of many that are different. Sure, people might speak differently, the sky might be red and flamingos might not exist, but the general physics requirements for human life are usually the same. The further we go, the more strange things become. If we imagine the multiverse as a three-dimensional space, which it isn't, but it helps, we could imagine this variation factor as distance travel from our original universe. In other words, even if the travel from universe A to universe B is simultaneous and travel from universe A to universe R is also simultaneous, the imagined distance between these universes is not the same. Thus, universe A is very far from what universe R would look like. Now, when we talk about multiversal travel, we often throw around the term universal cluster. A cluster of universes is quite frankly not a real thing. Like many other terms, it is simply something that helps us visualize the multiverse better. Theoretically, a cluster is a dense group of universes that generally share a significant feature. For example, the infamous X cluster, discovered shortly after the invention of multiversal travel, in our universe anyway, is an infinite group of universes all sharing similar patterns. In most of them, Light doesn't have the same properties as it does in our universe, and neither does sound. If you want to put in other terms, assuming you are familiar with Hume levels, the local reality level of most universes in the X cluster is lower than our own. The point is that even if all these classifications are superficial and in no way reflect the actual distance between universes or any such thing, they can aid in universal navigation. Knowing which universes share our laws of physics and reality can be vital in traversing the multiverse. It is also a very helpful indicator in determining the severity of multiversal threats. As I theorized before, many entities or groups traveling the multiverse must surely use a similar navigation system. This would of course explain why the hostile mimetic civilization of Rea Udis Per is so hesitant to attack our universes in full force. We know our clusters have slightly different parameters, and they must know it as well. Plus, of course, the universe is infinite and their clusters are filled with variations of the same meme. Luckily for us. From Theory on Multiversal Travel by Dr. Ariana Ike.
Reading the Cybox next. Multiversal clusters X and Y. Shortly after mapping out neighboring cluster areas of the multiverse, the Department of Multiversal Defense discovered the X cluster of universes, which were soon determined to be the origin of Rea Udis Per. Because of the dangerous mimetic influence present in these universes, no proper exploration attempt was deemed feasible, and all subsequent effort has been focused on shielding the clusters so as to isolate the spread of the mimetic infection. All of these efforts were halted in 2019 when it was discovered that what was previously thought to be a singular mimetic virus has in fact been numerous multiversal variants fighting between themselves. The general theory states that due to the semi-religious nature of the meme, different variants see each other as heretical and fight between themselves for supremacy. Addendum 7023.5. Incident report. On September 17th, 2022, multiple universal breaches were discovered during a routine control of extra universal frequency scanners in universe ZL-846A. Per protocol, MTF units were deployed to each location in anticipation of a raid party from a different universe. Within several minutes, these MTFs were overwhelmed by a number of hostiles that had to retreat. An emergency distress call has been issued immediately through the Department of Multiversal Defense to all member and allied universes. Support units from universes WL-093A, WL-093B, and ZL-214A were capable of hindering the advance of hostile forces, but were unable to destroy them. This chain of events led the Foundation leadership of universe ZL-846A to a desperate action not supported by the Department of Multiversal Defense. By a direct unauthorized command from Dr. Deluli, MTF Juliet 7, quote, World Hoppers was sent through a multiversal gateway to universe XT007A, as it has been previously determined to be the origin point of the symptoms affecting SCP-7023. Below is a transcript of the mission. Footnote. The existence of this unauthorized mission was discovered only after its conclusion, and Dr. Deluli was severely reprimanded. Non-relevant parts have been cut out. All right. Exploration video log transcript. Date September 18th, 2022. Exploration team, Mobile Task Force Juliet 7, World Hoppers. Location of interest, Universe XT007A. Team lead, J7 Fort. Team members, J7 Circle, J7 Halo, and J7 Turret.
My suggestion is Circle and Halo is one person because Circles and Halos, and Fort and Turret are the other person because Fort and Turret go together.
Okay, yeah, that works great. I can take, let's see, I'll take Fort and Turret, and you can be Delili, so we have a little bit of back and forth here. All right. Beginning log. So, Yama, you want to tell us what this mission didn't come from above?
No, you can still walk out on me if you want.
Not going to happen. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. No way. So what have you got for us?
A quick recon, locate the device, artifact, or whatever that will match this signature. Try not to get into trouble, and get back ASAP.
Copy that. Momentary silence. You know this will get us all into trouble, right?
I know. Good luck.
Dr. Deluli disconnects from the radio. All right. We've got this special anti-mimetic gear, cognito blockers, stealth armor, pocket reality anchors. Damn, where'd you get all this stuff from, girl? Silence. And she's gone. Looks like it's on us, boys. So, is everyone ready?
Ready. Ready.
Ready, sir. Okay, start it up, Circle.
I'm on it.
J7 Circle activates a thaumaturgic portal in the middle of the chamber using a ritual. The process takes about a minute and a half.
Done. It should be attuned to the right universe. It should? It is. I got it right.
Enough chit-chat. Let's go. Circle, you last. Turret up front, Halo with me. Team J7 walks through an unauthorized thaumaturgic portal and arrives at Universe XT-007A. They appear to be standing in a narrow street with a dark yellow sky above them. The team immediately starts looking around for any sign of hostiles. The architecture around them is roughly reminiscent of ancient Middle Eastern cultures, and everything appears to be desaturated. Footnote. An effect of local physics affecting the way light interacts with matter. Once the team determines they are alone, they proceed down the street. J7 Halo uses a provided cant counter to measure local reality, finding it to be several humes below baseline. The team shortly discusses collecting samples, but decides to stick to their mission. Upon exiting the street, they find themselves in some sort of plaza. Stone bricks on the ground aren't even, and the whole plaza seems to be descending towards a massive straight tower constructed out of pitch black material. J7 Turret voices concerns about a lack of people, and J7 Fort orders the team to advance towards the tower after confirming that the provided signature matches. Team J7 moves quickly and soon arrives at the base of the tower. The height of the object is difficult to ascertain due to its size, but must be over 200 meters long. Also, I'll read that side box after. I just want to, I think for flow, I'll continue this for now. I don't really like this. Where are all the hostiles?
Relax. They're probably all attacking our home.
How can you say such a thing? That doesn't help at all. Cut it out, you two. Eyes up front. Let's grab whatever we can and rush back. This place is giving me the creeps.
Sir.
What it is. J7 Circle points to an entrance to the tower that was previously hidden due to the extremely dark material that it was made out of. I've got it. J7 Turret advances up front with his gun while the other members follow. The interior is made out of the same dark material but is illuminated with the strange yellow glowing orbs on the walls. Using this, the team is able to enter a chamber located in the middle of the tower. Their cognito blockers start alerting them during this time. The center of the tower is revealed to be hollow with a long glowing spiral object in the middle leading from the ground all the way up to the top. This object is notably being partially covered by the team's cognito blockers.
What the fuck is that thing? I've seen this before. I think it's
a multiverse map. Edreletian model. Footnote. The Edreletian civilization is one of the first ones to create a somewhat functional multiverse map. The model is not compatible with modern knowledge as it presents each universe as a sphere on an infinite line, which is signified by either creating a circle or simply having no end. It's not the most accurate representation as far as I know, and my head hurts just from looking at it.
Why is my visor censoring it?
I don't know, but it's something strong. I can feel it pushing against the cognito blockers. Is there anything to grab here? Circle? J7 Circle is looking at the tower walls, which are also covered in symbols, lines, and cognito hazards.
I think this is written in their language and a couple of other languages. And that's...
Latin.
I think so, but the blockers are hiding some parts of it. It must be some kind of message meant for a wide audience. They want to share it with everyone. Look there.
He points to a text a couple of meters from the ground written in English. It reads, "We, the lucky chosen, who have usurped the land of destiny and cast down redacted to slay all the heretics, hereby say redacted to all redacted as the sun settles upon the eternal flame of this just land of light."
Well, that just sounds like their usual mimetic religious bullshit.
I don't know, man. I don't really like this.
There's no one here.
Exactly.
There are a couple more things here written in all kinds of gibberish. I'll record it and they can study it back at the base, but I think we should go. Sir?
Definitely do that. Make sure you've got everything we can get, and let's get out of here. The team records everything in the room for a couple more minutes before leaving. On their way back, a loud noise is heard akin to a French horn being blown in the distance. Afterwards, the team uses a thaumaturgical portal on their way back home. End log. And the sidebox. Group of interest X01. As Rea Udis Per is not a united threat, its principles are difficult to describe. In most cases, all GOI X01 individuals remain human. However, exceptions to this rule have been encountered. The mimetic virus itself presents an even bigger challenge, as it seems to be highly adaptable and capable of infecting different consciousness in different universes, making it extremely potable. What can be said about all variants of GOI X01 is the fact that their religious iconography revolves around unity, light, and the spread of their ideology. Since their discovery, at least a few dozen individual variants of Rea Udis Per have been encountered. Many of these variants have employed a strategy of peaceful first contact so as to infect an unaware universe. Due to this, they deemed a response to any communication attempts involves treating them as hostiles. Okay. Addendum 7023.6 DOMD Leadership Meeting Transcript. In light of this chain of events, a meeting of DOMD leadership has been called to discuss further development. And are these all you?
Ander, I don't think was in the last.
Okay,
that's
good.
right. Ander was only there for a minute.
I can definitely take. Yeah.
Why don't you take Ander and Rose, and I'll just
Perfect.
cover the other ones with the voices that I remember.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yama, what have you done? I did what I had to do. None of you wanted to move a finger, so I went behind your backs and did something. Feel free to punish me later, now we have more pressing issues.
Dr. DeLilly takes out multiple sheets of paper and distributes them between the other members.
Is this what I think it is? It's confirmation, Ori. We were right. SCP-7023 is the result of their eigenweapon program, and it's much worse. It's just the testing shot. Dr. Mulder? Yes, sorry, but... This is all very nice, Yama, but we have no conclusive evidence. All I see here are theories and ideas. You presume that this weapon of theirs is capable of destroying all variations of something? How would that even work, and why? That is precisely what I am saying! It seems to target a specific element present in a large number of universes, and then it destroys all of its variants simultaneously. All except one.
And how exactly does that work?
I don't know. But since when do we need to know how things work before we try to stop them? What she's trying to say is, how exactly do we know that? Well, the recovered text seems to refer to their weapon as Cleansing Flame, and from what our linguists can tell, we know what they wanted it for. In fact, we know they already used it.
Dr. DeLilly is visibly shaking.
They used it on themselves.
Silence.
Well, please explain. Gladly. So, the recovered text seemed to be our biggest lead. Turns out we really underestimated how creative they can be. Apparently, one of their variants created the weapon to do exactly what it does. We don't have the specifics, and I doubt they matter now. But they used it on themselves to get rid of all the other variants. It was roulette. My God.
So, because their biggest weakness was constant infighting, they destroyed all the other variants except for themselves? Why not just target something more tangible like the Foundation?
They want to spread their influence. They can't do that if there isn't anything left. Maybe the Foundation is too involved with our worlds. I don't know. In the text they call themselves the Lucky Chosen. I guess they saw it as some religious ritual to find out which variant is the right one. Using random chance? Does it matter? We have a more pressing issue. I doubt there's something standing in their way to us now. We already experienced their newly found strength.
Excuse me, but what exactly are you suggesting we do?
I honestly don't know. I wanted to coordinate some kind of attack or something, but I don't know how to fight this. It might take some time before the lucky variation takes over the rest of the clusters, but if we don't do something soon, we're done.
Silence.
Can I say something now? Go ahead, it's not.
Suddenly stops talking. The room erupts in a panic as both Dr. Ike and Dr. Rose instantly disappear.
What just happened? Oh no, it's them!
But why? We haven't done anything to them. Why? Dr. Ander suddenly disappears, and now I'm out of the conversation.
Well, that's not exactly true.
In a shaky voice. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. What? Could you please just get to the point? The mission log, it omitted something. What do you mean? They were there to gather information, but also they carried a bomb. A bomb? I'm sorry, I didn't think straight. They were going to wipe us out, and it was a technological marvel. Anti-mimetic bomb capable of rendering a huge area practically unnoticeable. I wanted to use it on their weapon to hide it from them. But maybe they had another one, or it didn't blow, or whatever. They must have figured out who sent it. Dr. Galva.
Dr. Galva suddenly disappears,
Gosh, I'm so sorry.
starts crying.
Okay, listen. We probably don't have much time, so listen. SCP-7023 is infected, remember? The thing is slowly killing him. It's the same thing that killed everyone else. That's why it led us straight to the weapon.
Dr. DeLilly doesn't say anything but nods.
Whatever it's doing, maybe it's not perfect. I hate myself for saying it, but if the man dies, there's a chance the mimetic fucks will all die too. Maybe there's still a chance.
Dr. Mulder suddenly disappears.
No, please, I don't. I'm so sorry.
Dr. DeLilly continues crying for another few seconds before she suddenly disappears. White space. This is an urgent message from the Department of Multiversal Defense. To all allied groups within the multiverse, we are under attack. An extremely dangerous mimetic phenomenon is spreading throughout the multiverse and is currently attacking us. We have recently classified this phenomenon as SCP-7023, although the largest affected group calls itself Rea Udis Pair. Any attempts at communication from this group should be ignored. This message is a warning and a call for help. They have devised a weapon capable of selecting targets in other universes. We have reason to believe that there is a way to defeat this threat, but we cannot do it alone. Their initial outburst has claimed many of our lives, including our leadership, but we are dedicated to fight back. It is possible that your own universe has already experienced this. Please, if you're receiving this message, forward it on, and if you cannot help, then at least wish us good luck. Your own lives may depend on it. For everything that it is, like the individual parts are something that I should like, but for some reason it doesn't sit right with me. I don't know if it's like the specific choices that it's used for certain words, or like, I don't know. There's something.
So, I watched the movie Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Great film. Used to be one of my favorite movies, yes.
I watched it by myself. I've only ever seen it once.
Sure.
And I sat there watching this movie, and I was bored and annoyed. And I did not enjoy myself the entire time. And then when the credits rolled, I said, that movie was amazing, I loved it, out loud, and literally like shocked myself with those words. I don't know why, but I entirely trudged through this movie and then changed on a dime when I hit the finale.
Right.
And this article just did the opposite to me. I was loving it all the way down. The conversations, like the little log.
Dialogue was good. Yeah.
Nothing was too long. The dialogue was good. The concept was good. And this ending is like a cliffhanger, to be continued, non-ending that just makes me sour on the whole thing.
Yes. And I don't understand what the anti-mimetic bomb has to do with it. Are they like what was that? Just setting up a
reason for them to attack us in specific?
Yeah, I mean,
or this people in specific.
I think that they have plenty of reasons to attack them. First and foremost being creating a multiverse defense alliance against them, but whatever. You know.
I am like reverse satisfied.
I think that there's also at the last, I mean, is it supposed to be like if you're seeing this message forwarded on, if you cannot help us, then at least wish us good luck, because it's a new sentence. It seems like the end of the message is wish us good luck. Your own lives may depend on it. But the previous sentence seems like it's capitalized and everything. I don't know.
Like if then at least like I feel like that needs a ...
Yeah. Also the idea of them sending a forward this to X many people and you won't die in a multiversal. I kind of got that vibe right at the end. Yeah. I don't think that was the intention, but I definitely got that kind of vibe.
Love it.
All in all, it's like the story is good, but there's a lot of things in it that I think need to be workshopped maybe.
I think
the dialogue is good. Dialogue is the best part of this.
The anti-mimetic bomb threw me as kind of just an excuse to get these people killed, and then the ending does not satisfy, at least in its current state, to me.
Also, this just reminds me of like another retelling of the Meta Foundation Coalition Multiverse Agreement of 1981, which is talked about briefly in other SCPs of this nature. But it's, you know, it's definitely its own thing, just like not as good.
It's very interesting. You always hear about things that are like greater than the sum of their parts.
Yeah.
And so, like, this is the opposite of that.
Yeah,
the parts
definitely.
are like there, and then you're just like, oh, it doesn't quite yet.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
yeah, I'm gonna no on this as a vote. I'm not gonna downvote, but I do
Right.
want it to be like adjusted.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. All right, well, we definitely finished that one faster than I thought we would.
Indeed. Let's look at the next one and see if this is a one more or a closing time.
Sure. Let's see. Next one in
Live
line
streaming on TikTok, so
was
totally
7802. Let's see, where's that bar at? Oh, this is a short one, I think. Wait. Oh, wait, there's a little thing at the bottom. That's it.
Is
Okay,
it
no,
tricked?
no, yeah, it's short. It looks
A shorty?
Yeah,
All
shorty.
right. Well then, let's do a shorty and keep the train going. We're not done yet.
Oh, good luck trying to pronounce that containment class.
Oh, I'm excited to do it. Okay, this is SCP-7802 by
Correct.
Dr. Hormress, titled...
And yes, it is titled Decrease the Possibility of Containment Failure.
Okay. ARED, Anomalous Religious Expressions Department. Warning. Oh, wait, let me adjust this for size real quick for the stream. Radd internal secret. Secret, I got a secret. There we are. Warning, you are trying to access a classified document. This document, SCP-7802, is under the sole control of the Anomalous Religious Expressions Department. Please make sure that you have the Level 5 permission in Radd. Any unauthorized continuing access will result in serious disciplinary action against you. Item Sequence Code 7802. Classification Level 5, Radd Internal Secret. File Class Tiamat. Containment Class Ometa T backwards N T Pio. You were right. Disruption Class Amida. Risk Class Critical. Special Containment Procedures. The following ceremonial containment programs are to be executed on SCP-7802-A continuously. Code Dawn. Description: before dawn, 32 candles are to be put to form a ring at the easternmost position of the containment facility and be ignited within 30 seconds. Oh, 32 candles, that's hard. I guess a lot of people light them all at once. After all the candles burn completely, an individual with basic knowledge and skills of thaumaturgy is to be asked to enter the ring, carrying sterling silver accessories, weight no less than 2 grams. Then touch the easternmost candle with their forehead and move at a slow speed to connect all the candles into a complete circle by wax. The procedure is to be conducted once a day. Note: decrease the possibility of containment failure. Decrease the external spectral contamination. Code: burned. Description: when the full moon is visible, no less than 2 kilograms of paper occultic texts are to be burnt up outdoors until the smoke covers all the peep windows of the underground parts of the containment facility. Meanwhile, 82 different unopened letters are to be thrown into the flame and be left until the flame is completely extinguished. The remaining unburnt letters are to be recycled and archived. The procedure is to be conducted at least once every 3 months. Note: decrease the possibility of containment failure. Increase the stability of reality. Code: idle. Description: a wooden 1.5 meter tall St. Andrew's cross is to be placed in the center hall of the containment facility. The same processes are to be done for Coptic cross, Celtic cross, St. Anthony's cross, and Jerusalem cross respectively. A 0.5 tall ceramic statue of Jupiter is to be placed before each cross, and the same for statues of Juno, Mars, Mercury, and Minerva respectively. 5 personnel who do not know about Abrahamic religions and ancient Roman culture are to be asked to lift the crosses from the rear and hit the statues until they are completely smashed to pieces. The powder remains are to be poured into local soil after being mixed with pure water. The procedure is to be conducted at 2 a.m. on January 1st of every year. Note: decrease the possibility of containment failure. Increase the stability of Akiva. Code: Apostle. Correction: Prophet. Description: a no less than 2 meter tall mound with fresh soil which is rich in humus is to be piled up, and granite is to be placed arch on it. A human individual named T-X-Redacted, footnote, or equivalent entity of any form or human cloning, is asked to cross the arch and spread no less than 5 grams of his blood, footnote. Venous blood collection needle is recommended. If conditions don't allow, the blood of livestock is allowed to substitute in order to prevent infection. On the ground under the arch. During the next 13 years, the arch is to be made sure to collapse because of thunderstrike. If the arch doesn't collapse after the thunderstrike, or if it collapses because of other reasons, the ceremony and the year counting are to be restarted. The procedure is to be conducted once every 13 years. Note: decrease the possibility of containment failure. Increase the stability of time. Code: Nike. Description: a designated personnel is asked to crush down a 4-leaf variant of Trifolium pretense and drink it with water. After drinking, the personnel will wear a wreath made of Laris nobilis and throw a coin, footnote, with a female portrait with a spear on one side and a female portrait with wings on the other side, on the open ground. If the upward side of the coin after it lands is the female portrait with a spear, throw spade-shaped coin, Ban Liang coin, and Wu Zhu coin, footnote. These coins are all common money used in ancient China. Into the core area of the containment facility, one of each. If the upward side is the female portrait with wings, then end the ceremony. Note: decrease the possibility of containment failure. Code: Eternal. Description: the feature set inside the core area of the containment facility is to be rotated 30 degrees clockwise, and all peripheral sets are to be turned with it. Footnote: the spinning facility has been embedded inside the containment facility. The procedure is to be conducted once every quarter. Note: wish them a good sleep. Code: ARED. Description: the response team named Anomalous Religious Expressions Department is to be established and take charge of the control and containment of abnormal religious activities. No matter being subordinated to which organization, ARED is to maintain a certain degree of independence to achieve the required conditions of their next establishment. The procedure is to be conducted once every redacted. Note: greatly decrease the possibility of containment failure. Description: SCP-7802-A is an abandoned research facility, which was reused by the Foundation on the 15th of July 1987 to build up the containment of SCP-7802. SCP-7802-A locates in a nameless valley, and it is believed that the building has existed for at least redacted years. Redacted with fucking how many digits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 digits. That's a lot of years. The surface of it has been masked as a normal local building, and the only way to recognize it is a metal airtight door that leads to the underground structure, with a placard that reads, Anomalous Religious Expressions Department embedded on it. Addendum: some of the ceremonial containment programs were abandoned. Code: USO. Description: a personnel is asked to use any different from yesterday language to read the following sentence in a clear manner. We don't know where it comes from. We will try our best to contain it. The procedure is to be conducted once a day. Note: decrease the possibility of containment failure. Increase the morale of the site. Stricken. Failed.
Oh, all the images are links. I don't know if you saw that.
I did not.
Yeah, they're all references to other SCPs.
Well,
Just
certainly
realized.
Code USO is not a link to anything.
Oh, you're right. All the other ones are. though.
Okay, so Code Normalcy. Description: dissolve the Department of Abnormalities. Note: wish me good luck. And that links to, okay, so that links to
Department of
3790.
Abnormalities. Yeah. Yep.
ARED, linked to nothing. Eternal linked to nothing. Nike. Oh, Prophet links to.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Welcome to Delta T something.
Right.
Temporal Site 1. Welcome to. Yeah.
Yes, it's the introduction to RCT Delta Tau, or the Temporal Anomalies Department.
Code Idle links to SCP-5790. Data killed. Burned links to Dark Side of the Moon. SCP-4220. Code Dawn links to Shaggy
Day
Dreadlock's
Breaks.
proposal.
Mm-hmm.
So, ARED is what happened to the Department of Abnormalities is what's happened here.
I have no clue, but there's also another addendum at the bottom.
Oh, sneaky. What do you got here? Addendum. To the latecomers. The first time when I was transferred to SCP-7802, I didn't understand the purpose of these ceremonies at all. I didn't know why we stuck to repeating these ceremonies with a vague effect, containing an anomaly with a vague description. These ceremonies are also so gentle that they are not like those typical ARED-managed ceremonies I have handled, with surprisingly almost no blood and sacrifice can be seen. I asked the principal at that time, and his answer was only one sentence. We don't have enough manpower to consume. But every ceremony and the corresponding pattern has its own meaning, and I didn't know this until later. The ceremonies have a close relationship with other contained objects, or projects, but the truth is more than that. We are using these ceremonies to build a virtual religious performance, decrease the possibility that an anomaly escapes being contained, and pray that luck is on our side. We only know that in any case, 7802's failure in containment should be avoided, but we are unable to do so. Among countless reality iterations, we are alive now just because we are lucky enough.
Ah, this SCP-7000. It's luck.
Principal of SCP-7802, Researcher Cheng Hayu.
So it kind of reminds me of a scaled down version of the normalcy, the link through that 3790, the Department of Abnormalities. But while the 3790 Department of Abnormalities is just like a clip show of DJ Cactus's best hits, this is just a bunch of articles that I guess the author liked. I guess. So it's like not. I like the presentation. I was looking at this source code and it's very confusing to me because there's a lot of code in there that's just like I don't know exactly what it's doing. But like I was trying to get the text for the containment class so I could Google it and see what it was talking about. Apparently it means Omega Titlo, which is just like a Omega with a symbol on there or something. But in the class bar thing where you fill in all the fields, it doesn't say that. It just says OT. So somehow there's a way that they're like replacing the text as well. I don't know what's going on, but there's a lot of stuff happening here. There's the Thaumael class in here somewhere. I don't see Thaumael at all. So it's very odd, but it's decent. It's a decent article. And taken not in the context of SCP-7000 context, because do I think it deserved to be SCP-7000? No, but it's not bad. It's still confusing.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. I'm not one for like this style of article. It's not my personal flavor.
Yeah, it's an internal secret. You know, it's supposed to be an extra, you know, nebulous, I guess. But it can't hold itself on its own because its entire core premise is based on other articles, which is an inherent flaw. There's plenty of articles that reference or even have another as a very even as an example, not to go back to this one, but the Kaiju one, the Pacific Rim one, it mentioned 5514 a lot, but it didn't necessarily rely on that
You
designation.
didn't need to read 5514 to get the point.
Yes. And
Because
if you
it gave
removed
that.
it from the picture, you'd still have an anomaly there. There's really no anomaly here, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, there's just alternate containment procedures that help the other anomalies listed.
Right.
And I think
It's a
strange
nameless
that
valley.
I think it's strange that they took the time to link a couple SCPs, but then left some circles blank. And
It might just be like you're supposed to figure what the like figure these ones out, or maybe they don't have any particular anomaly related to them. But it does. One, they're not. It's not obvious that you can click on these images. I only noticed because I was going through the page code again. So it's just an odd. It's an odd article overall. Yeah, it's. I don't know if I would downvote it. I don't think I would. I mean, it's fine to exist on the site. It's decently written.
I'm a simple no vote. The aesthetic is really strong.
Yes.
I can't believe I'm like with the grayscale. Like, I feel like I might get bored of it, but the way the tones are, the way I love the image and the look of the squares and the links and the symbology.
Yes, absolutely.
The aesthetic of this is gorgeous. I just wish it
yeah,
had
but
more
how much of that
substance.
is the Jack style or whatever? Yeah, it's Jack style. Because let me see. One thing I was curious about was, okay, yeah. So like the drop downs and stuff are all Jack style. It's a very good theme. I highly recommend using that theme sometimes, but like it's not too much of that is the author. I would say that the icons and stuff are definitely the author, and they did a very good job with that for sure. There's this large SVG element in the very beginning of the page source, and it's stressing me out because I don't know what they used it for. I guess it's to generate the image behind the warning log. I don't think it was necessary to do that, but I'm glad that they knew how to do that. I guess I don't know. It's a lot of code for just the image. It's interesting choice. But the symbols generated, those images that are used to link off, those are really cool. I agree. The non-standard style of the format is interesting too. I like item sequence code. It's interesting and it's cool. I always like a good format screw. But yeah, it definitely will be a no vote for me, I think. There's definitely something here, and perhaps the author could expand on the description, the nameless valley that is SCP-7802A, or 7802 rather, and 78, no, wait. Oh yeah, locates in a nameless valley. Yeah. So there's some unanswered questions here that I think if the author expanded on could elevate the article a bit. But the idea would be to make it its own thing, maybe have some other narrative, some overarching plot that's happening that's concerning the actual, why is the department, what's going on with them? Why are they defunct? What happened? Who knows? But as it stands now, yeah.
I am scoping out our next article on the list, which is 7042.
Correct, yeah. I was looking at that as well.
It has got a fair amount
number
of unpacking.
Collapsibles. Yes, there's a lot of collapsibles there. I don't think we're going to be able to do that 1.5 hour.
No, I think this is call it a little early and start with this sucker next time.
Sounds good with me.
Fantastic. And that plane.
And let's see what we got coming up in the next week. We got
next time on all 7,000 articles.
Yes. Where are we at? We're
starting with 42.
42, yes. Mother Nature's Sketchbook by Arkland. Then we've got Mr. Iverson and Diacedron, 7070, 7501. I will see how many we get through, but there's a number coming up that a lot of them look like authors I know of, and I'm sure they'll be readable, at least. I'm excited.
I was
I'm
about to say,
particularly
the only
excited
name I
for.
recognize on this next week's scale is Red.
Ah, yeah. That one definitely stood out to me as well. Let's see. We still have a ways to go, but I'm excited for SCP-7555. I heard it's very good. That'll be good, I think.
Fantastic.
Yes.
All right, so
We
let's
got
put
1,
up a
2, 3, 4.
pretty banner image. Huzzah. Shout out to Aetherus as always. Wonderful art. And that's only on screen for just a moment because, of course, as our final news, remember that we are doing all these 7,000 streams, Billith and I, because we are supporting our homeboy, Dr. Cimmerian, whose house was brutally assaulted by a tree. The
Absolutely.
tree is very upset, very angry, undeserved assault on an innocent Dr. Cimmerian.
Yes, and we got a very vague description of what the tree looked like, and thus we are taking out every single tree that looks like a tree, basically. And we've only got
no
50,
tree unchipped.
50 articles left to do it. So make sure you're here for that.
Are we seriously at 50 left?
Yeah, only 50 left.
Exactly 50, though. Nice.
Exactly 50, yeah.
And if you want to help out with some artistic stuff, go hit up Hymns from the Road, or Hymns for the Road audio fiction. We have that linked in the description as well, so you can go help out Radiger and the Find Us Alive team making a new podcast. It may not be SCP related, but it is SCP adjacent, both in creator and subject matter, so should be a fun time.
Absolutely. If you're a fan of SCP, you will like Hymns for the Road. Yes.
Make sure to become a... Oh, we got a couple more donos during this. I don't know if it was from us or from someone else, but I like to see that number going up either way.
Let's see. Oh, yes. Great. Thank you, that most recent donor. I think there was one.
Make sure to become a Site42 patron to support our streams. Make sure to follow Billith on Twitch to support the Ghost Gang.
Twitch.tv/Billith. Yes, we meet we'll say every couple of days, sometimes more, sometimes less. We'll see. It depends on the roster, but we've got a large cast of characters. Then we go and we hunt ghosts, not in character, but we are SCP authors and SCP community people, so we know a thing or two about handling ghosts and demons and whatnot. So come check that out. We have a lot of fun.
And with that, thank you all very much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the show, and we will see you in the next one.
Yeah, good night.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But truth must be told, he was not very old, and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day, in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong, and keep playing along,